Good evening, West Orange. If I can have your attention in council chambers, we would like to call the meeting to order. Today is meeting 18, Tuesday, August 1st of our West Orange Township Council. I'm Council President Tammy Williams, and I will yield to our clerk for our opening remarks.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on July 28th, 2023. Councilwoman Castellino is on her way. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilman Rutherford.
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present. And Mayor McCartney.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor McCartney.
Thank you. Today, we would like to begin our conference agenda with the welcoming of our newest members of our fire department here in West Orange. So I will yield now to our Chief of Fire, Mr. Anthony Vecchio.
Good evening, everyone. As we start, we'd like to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Color Guard, present arms. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of
the United States of America
and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order arms. If everyone can remain seated for one moment as we take a moment of silence. I'm sorry, did I say seated? Remain standing, please. I said seated. I'm reading my notes. As we take a moment of silence to honor Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver, who passed today suddenly, a surprise to all of us, as well as Captains Augusto Akabu and Wayne Brooks of the Newark Fire Division, and all of those who have been lost this year in the service to their community and their country. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. This time, I'd like to welcome. I'd like to welcome everyone to our swearing-in ceremony tonight. And I'd like to thank Mayor McCartney, Council President, council members for allowing us to use your venue here today to celebrate our new recruits. Our new firefighter recruits are as follows: probationary firefighter Jagger Gargiulo, probationary firefighter Jonathan Delgado Escobar, probationary firefighter Matthew Daly, probationary firefighter Zachary Coppola, and probationary firefighter Alexander Romero. Congratulations, gentlemen, to all of you on your completion of your basic fire academy training. I encourage you to continue training and learning throughout your career. Firefighting is a job that demands proficiency or the consequences are severe. I have faith you all will be great additions to our ranks and wish you nothing but safe and rewarding careers. With that, I'd like to invite the mayor to come up and we begin the oaths of office. If I can ask Jagger Gargiulo to come on up with whomever he'd like to bring with him. Andrew.
Well, I really just wanted to say welcome to the West Orange Fire Department. And I wanted you to know that for 25 years, my center has been right next door to Fire Station number 4. So for 25 years, my students, every time they hear a siren pull out, everyone freezes and stops and says, we want everyone to be safe and come back safely. So I just wanted to start with that and know that we're still there and we're still going to keep that tradition. Okay, so. I state your name.
I, Jagger Crutchlow,
Do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established
and to the governments
in
established
the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear
I do further solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of the office of probationary firefighter
all the duties of a probationary firefighter
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me
So help me God.
Congratulations.
God.
All right.
Chief,
Okay.
Chief and Mayor, do you all mind if we move to the center when you do the oath and the pinning ceremony so that it can be center on the camera? It's very hard to see in that corner.
Oh, just move it to-
And perhaps maybe if we can utilize the wireless mic? Yeah. We have a wireless mic.
Can't hear.
We have a wireless mic.
Jonathan Delgado Escobar. No. Thank you. Hello. Bear with me. Let's make sure this is open.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and in this state under the authority of the people. I do further solemnly swear that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office of probationary firefighter according to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Moving right along, Matthew Daly, come on up. with his dad, retired Deputy Chief of East Orange Fire, Paul Daly. We clap for you. Clap.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and in this state under the authority of the people. I do further solemnly swear that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office of probationary firefighter according to the best of my ability. So help me God.
What do you have, what, 11? You know, you guys have 11? What, everybody, 11? 11, school to, flyer. I think we've got a lot of firemen there, some of them. Hey.
That's my former neighbor saving the day.
Thanks for being patient.
So we don't always have technical difficulties just with computer equipment. All right, wonderful.
Zachary Capola, come on up.
I state your name.
I, Zachary,
Do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established in the United States
to the governments established in the United States
and in this state
and in this state,
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear
I do further solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of the office of probationary firefighter
of the duties of probationary firefighter
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
All right.
Oh, the brothers, that's cute. Thank you. And last but not least for tonight, Alexander Romero.
I state your name,
I, Alexander Romero,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States, governments established in
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state,
under the authority of the people.
and the authority of the people,
I do further solemnly swear
do further solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
just
all the duties of the office
office
of probationary firefighter
firefighter
according to the best of my ability.
Good job.
Council President, would you indulge us for 2 minutes so we could take some pictures? Is that okay? Thank you.
Only if we can get in there too.
Let's get on the firefighters now. We'll get on the council. Everybody look this way. That's right. Okay, let's get one of the council. Councilman. I do. Everybody look this way. Okay, very good, thank you.
Anybody want to take a couple of quick, so we're going? Yeah, great. Before they close out.
That's okay. I'm gonna let you go first. Because you're going away. How are you?
Good. All right. Thank you again to the council and the mayor for tonight, and thank you all for coming out. And that concludes our portion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And as the new firemen are exiting the building, we'll have remarks from our mayor. We have a proclamation for our Assistant Township Attorney, Mr. Ken Kaiser.
Thank you, Council President, council colleagues. This is a bittersweet moment. This will be Ken Kaiser's last town council meeting. He will be retiring as a Township Assistant Municipal Attorney, having served since October 1998. Ken was born. He was born 1045 Long Island College Hospital in Brooklyn, New York. His family moved to Summit, New Jersey before he started grade school, where he attended public schools through junior high, then moving to Princeton, New Jersey, where he graduated from Princeton High School in 1965. His wife Linda, they lived around the block from each other in Princeton near Lake Carnegie and began dating in the spring of freshman year. And with some of the usual breakups and reconciliations, have been together ever since. Through their years in college, Ken at Syracuse, Linda at Wells College, about an hour away, they saw each other many weekends. Ken met and married his high school sweetheart. They began dating in their freshman year of high school, married on their 7th anniversary of their first kiss, and have been married for 54 years.
Nice job.
Ken graduated from Syracuse with a BA degree in 1969, majoring in political science, graduated from Seton Hall School of Law in 1977, having attended for years in the evenings while working for the College of Essex, first as a senior planner in the Department of Planning and Economic Development, then as an administrative analyst in the Finance Department's Budget Management Division. After graduating from law school and then passing the bar exam in the fall of 1977, Ken was sworn in as an assistant Essex County prosecutor on March 6, 1978. Ken and Linda moved to West Orange from Nutley in 1976 and from the Redwood section to the St. Cloud section in 1986, where they raised their family. Ken and Linda are retiring to Ferdinanda Beach on Amelia Island in Florida, where they plan to walk on the beach every day. And Ken, Linda hopes, will play golf at least twice a week and hopefully not do too much work. So therefore, I, Susan McCartney, Mayor of the Township of West Orange, in recognition of Ken Kaiser's dedication to the township, legal department, and the residents of West Orange, declare July 31st, 2023, Ken Kaiser Day throughout our township. Wipe it those.
Well, I'd much rather just fade away into the sunset. Frankly, I didn't really want any ceremony. Got a lot of work to do tonight, so I'm going to keep this very short, but it has been wonderful to serve on this team of people who served this town for 25 years. And I hope that we can serve as a team going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
Okay.
Watch it, watch it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as we continue with our conference agenda today, I took an opportunity to invite our board chairman and women into our conference agenda so that they could provide an update to our residents on what has been going on in their boards and commissions this year since they have been appointed. We have 15 different volunteer boards and commissions in West Orange. Not all of them would have the opportunity to speak today. So thankfully, all of them are not available to speak today. But we have gifted each of the chairmen 5 minutes to just give us a broad overview of what their goals have been this year, what they accomplished, and what they hope to accomplish. And I just want to give you just a point of order. That this does not count as your annual report that most of your commissions are required to do at the end of the year. So don't think that this is going to get you off that responsibility. It is not. But we're going to get it started this evening with our Environmental Commission. So I'm going to invite Mr. Brick, Chairman of the Environmental Commission, and he has a couple of people that he's going to bring forth with him for his 5-minute presentation. Yes. All right, no worries. We have you on the clock to keep you tempered.
Well, we do a lot of work, right, Sue? That's what we do. I will keep to the 5 minutes or so. And I'm going to just discuss our main topic this year, which is the tree ordinance. There's a lot of other things, but there's just no time to get into it. And I have two esteemed members who are going to speak, Joe Berwin and our new forester, Walter Kipp, and give you their eyes on what we're doing. So I'd like to say good evening to everyone, town council president, mayor, board member, council people, and the township officials. We got 5 minutes. Here's the overview. It's difficult to do it in a short time. So we're going to break it up into the 3 parts. We'll report on our multi-year work, because it's more than 1 year, exploring the best suggestions on how to protect West Orange trees, which we call our canopy. This is critical to our town's environmental health. There are many well-intentioned citizens who have contributed their thoughts, criticisms, frustration that our town's trees, private and public, should be much better protected. Our world, continent, country, state, county, and West Orange are feeling the negative effects of climate change. That's why I submitted to you all a great New York Times article, which Tammy has to give to you. A 12-section report laying out the scientific proof that it's human activity causing climate negative changes. And I want everybody to please read it, because many times we get into discussions with family, friends, and there's this vacillating about, well, nature has done this for millions of years, and why can't we just say it's a variance of climate nature, when the scientific community is 97% telling us that it's man-made this time. And there's reasons in this article to use to stay in your position on that. So each one of you has a copy of it. So how do we work? How do we protect our town citizens in the world of trees? Our tree canopy is critical to preserving our clean, oxygenated air, cleaning toxins in air and soil, retaining water, reducing surface temperatures, and preserving soils. They beautify our world, adding to our home and business values, attracting new citizens, and improving overall our level of life. West Orange is a mountain town with 2 of the 3 Watchung tallest ridges running through it, north and south. And it sits on a volcanic basalt impervious base with really little topsoil. And we have paved this base with this impervious cover of roads, parking lots, driveways, sidewalks on a huge percentage. We have storm drains and sewers for rainwater retention that can't exit. And our streams and rivers run into culverts and pipes. There's no natural gravity where we have floodplains and a percentage of absorption into the environment. And that's very dangerous. So our weather scientists tell us that the atmosphere and our oceans are hotter by 2 degrees Fahrenheit, and they hold much, much more water vapor. So our rainstorms will drop much more rain in a short time. Our terrain cannot absorb a 10-inch rainfall in a 12-hour period. Flooding and damage has to occur. So our tree canopy preservation is critical to our health, physical and economic health, both of West Orange. Joe Berwin, our long-term citizen, and his parents before him were citizens of West Orange, has a report to discuss with you about the history of our tree canopy using Google Map data. So Joe, if you will do your report, that would be great.
And thank you, Mike. Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor. No worries, no worries. I'm going to rush just a little bit, but my message is brief, and I hope to convince you all to vote yes when the new tree ordinance comes before you. Its passing isn't merely an environmental concern, but it's it's a community concern as well. Between the years of 2015 and 2022, over a span of 7 years, we've seen considerable damage to the tree canopy in West Orange. Using resources from the Google Climate Lab, as well as ultra-high resolution satellite images also provided by Google, we ran the data through a binary classification model and measured the decrease in the canopy, which has gone from 30% coverage in 2015, down to 27% in 2022. This is a major loss of protective cover and a source of new costs to the town as climate effects that have already taken hold and cost us money accelerate. Research informs us that a single mature tree has the capacity to absorb up to 100 gallons of water daily. Taking this into account, that our town's tree canopy has been reduced by over 3% since 2015. This amounts to millions of gallons of water that will not be absorbed, and that's annually. This surplus of water contributes to runoff erosion and flooding, not to mention a decrease in property taxes due to property losses, which we've already experienced by way of the Northfield Apartments. These property losses inevitably will accelerate unless we take action. There are other structures in similar vulnerable positions throughout West Orange, and it's the tree canopy that is our community's first, best, and most economical protection against these and other types of financial losses. According to a study by the Environmental Protection Agency, for every 5% of cover lost, we could see an increase of as much as 10% stormwater runoff. The National Climate Assessment projects that over the next 30 years, we could witness up to 20% increase in annual rainfall. And one can only imagine the impact on our town if we don't reverse our tree canopy loss and begin to grow it. The Center for Watershed Protection has found that urban tree canopies can decrease annual runoff by up to 7%. Without our tree canopy, we're potentially looking at millions of dollars in property damage, escalated stormwater management costs in just the next few decades. All these potential losses to our tax base will occur simultaneously as our first responders, these young men who probed today, fantastic young men, I should say. We're going to see them in action considerably more, and I think we all accept that. So what we're saying is, without a tree canopy, we're looking at potentially millions of dollars in property damage and escalated stormwater management costs. And the surge in our first responders, although it's inevitable, however, with all matters related to climate, why shouldn't we do anything and everything we can to slow the pace of that? So in closing, with this new tree ordinance that will come before you, the West Orange Environmental Commission has been working on using data for West Orange and to give it a chance to mitigate its climate risks, its future costs by strengthening the tree canopy. The proposed ordinance will protect homes, local economy, and our quality of life. I urge you all to see this not as a choice, but as a responsibility we owe to our community and future generations in a way that doesn't raise current taxes while safeguarding us from future tax increases and expenditures. I strongly encourage everybody on council, respectfully, to support and approve the new tree ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Joe. When we come to submit the tree ordinance, it's going to be a difficult discussion because we're putting some real penalties in for removing healthy trees. And there's going to be people that don't feel it's fair, but we have to support what the environment tells us to do. So that discussion will take place soon, but that's not our purpose today. So I want to introduce Walter. Walter is our permanent full-time tree forester in town. We never had one for many, many years, and the job couldn't be done correctly. Walter now has the ability to do the job because he's here full-time. He's intelligent, he's dedicated, he works with us on the Environmental Commission, he's got great ideas. And Walter, give us your overview of this new ordinance that we're trying to get done.
In 90 seconds or less. Thank you.
I just want to leave you with two things, what I see. Our older trees, street trees are starting to decline. So they're going to be removed over the next 10 years. So I see replacing is the problem. We're not replacing enough trees per year. You gotta remember residents are removing trees. The town is removing trees, the county's removing trees. But we're not replacing enough to actually compensate for the loss of the canopy. So that's why the town tree ordinance, the new one, will help with the replacement of the trees. Even if they don't go on the properties, they can go on to someplace else. You know, just to keep our canopy growing instead of shrinking.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Thank you. And your conclusion in the next 30 seconds?
Say that again?
Your conclusion in the next
Yeah.
30 seconds.
I thank you because we didn't mean to take more time,
That's
but this
okay.
is really
We'll
important.
see.
And we'll do as much as we can to educate you guys about our view of what we see is best for our township and our citizens. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Let's bring up Liz Milhern from our Human Relations Commission next for her report. You can, yeah, you can come up. Mhm.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Council President Williams and Council Mayor, for giving the Human Relations Commission and all the other commissions the opportunity to look at our last 6 months and take a look forward. The commission was established to create and foster values of diversity, equity, and inclusion among groupings in the community. As we have entered into 2023, the HRC wanted to approach DEI from a proactive way and movement by creating and identifying programs to address age, sexual orientation, race, social economic background, and more. To start off the year, we held the annual Martin Luther King celebration at Liberty Middle School. From then, we have had our activities that we have created, sponsored, or have been present at have been an HRC meet and greet at the Arts Council, Haitian Flag Day, the West Orange Street Fair, Pride Celebration, the uniquely gifted forum that was hosted here, where we brought 3 experts in the uniquely gifted community to discuss silos and create solutions on how to move forward. We're at the Love and Unity Fest, Juneteenth flag raising, Juneteenth reception at the Arts Council, and the BIPOC Hope and Celebration. On social media, we were able to educate the community on different unsung heroes and heroines during Black History Month, Women's History Month, and Jewish American History Month. We highlighted our men and women of the West Orange Fire Department. These were made possible by our commissioners and community volunteers. Upcoming on social media, we will be spotlighting people in the community that were submitted from members of the community, along with an additional video that we had created for women in business during Women's History Month. As we look forward, we will be looking at ways to unify community and neighbors, getting to re-know each other. We will be present at the upcoming health and wellness event with a backpack and school supplies drive for students, and hopefully a financial wellness understanding. We will continue to look at areas of fostering DEI initiatives. We have a community, community subject matter experts in town. So moving the needle forward, the HRC will look for community feedback and participation with a multi-touch approach to see how we can be highly productive and inclusive.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you do. And now we'll have Pat Matrano come from the Arts Council. And again, these are just the hardworking volunteers that serve this community and make this effort a team effort, tremendous team effort.
Thank you, Council President Williams, Town Council members, Mayor McCartney, residents and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to share news about the West Orange Arts Council and the West Orange Arts Center. The gallery and gift shop at the West Orange Arts Center, only less than a mile from here, is a springboard for local emerging artists and also a space for established artists to share their creativity with the community. That's a picture of the building right there. I hope you've all seen it. It's right on Valley Road on the other side of the Main Street traffic light. And our gift shop also has a unique, one-of-a-kind gifts created by local artists and at a broad range of prices. And this summer, we also are including West Orange High School artists' work. We were so impressed with their show in the spring that we invited them to consign with us. It was a very smart move for West Orange to establish an art center, not only for the artists, but research shows that a strong arts and cultural presence in a town vitalizes neighborhoods and increases our property values. There are many benefits to participating in the arts. First of all, it's really fun and enjoyable. Engaging in the arts is also proven to enhance critical thinking and problem-solving skills. We are currently investing in the next generation of artists, building a program with the Board of Ed for student gallery assistants. We started it this past spring. We felt it was very important to continue our relationship because we've also had the West Orange High School students exhibit in the gallery. And we are looking for sponsors and financial support in order to maintain this program and hire the students back in the fall. As a 501c3, we are also able to apply for grants. And this summer, we received a New Jersey Career Accelerator grant from the New Jersey Department of the Secretary of Higher Education. And I applied for us to have 2 interns, college interns, one from Montclair University, Clara Ford, and one from Rutgers, Vina Stevens, who also happens to be a West Orange High School alumna. They were with us this summer and they've helped us create our current show. It's a pop-up show and we have 8 artists exhibiting. We thought in the middle of the summer, it would be very hard to get people, but we had a wonderful reception last weekend and the show is up until August 13th. The students are the only paid part-time staff we have. Our volunteers, all passionate advocates for the arts, are working to do more with your support. On summer Saturdays, weather permitting, we have sidewalk sales, placing items and artists outside in order to make the Art Center more accessible and also ADA compliant. That's a picture of 2 of our board members and some of the gift shop items out on the street. On Sundays, several of our amazing members have been offering free drop-in workshops, especially popular with the kids. And in order to enable young parents in the community to come in and enjoy the exhibits with their families. So far, the best news yet is, if you haven't seen it, West Orange Township has been featured at NBC News First Look. And they showed it. If you're not a night owl, you can see the clips on our Facebook page. But we were proud to have them at the Art Center. And they also visited several of our local artists' galleries. You know how it is with TV. They cut so much out. There's so much great footage. And there's Adam Gustafson, Kate Dowd, and Denise Toney were all interviewed. So far in 2023, we've hosted 5 art exhibitions, and not to forget the 8-week Classic Film Festival with a viable group of film critics, teachers, directors, and movie buffs. These events drew over 1,000 attendees at last count. Our activities and workshops have resonated with visitors of various ages and backgrounds. These included I talked about that. I talked about our summer pop-up exhibit. These are some of the most colorful pieces of artwork I've seen in a long time, and you can't help being happy when seeing them. Upcoming, we have a call for artists going on now for our fall Hispanic Heritage exhibit. To build on our last year's success, we entitled it Unidos Juntos de Nuevo, which I'm told translates to United Together Again. I can't wait. I hope you can't either. We're already in discussion for next year's Classic Film Festival and accepting proposals for an exciting 2024 for workshops, art exhibits, you name it. This is your art center, and we're happy to entertain and to work with you to develop more programs going forward. There's always something creative taking place with our team. So I hope in this short time I've shown you that the West Orange Arts Council and the West Orange Arts Center, we are proud of our past events and programming and are excited about the future and look forward to continuing to create a vibrant, inclusive cultural haven in the heart of West Orange. But our volunteers need your support to stay motivated and continue to do more. You have the power and influence to help us get sponsorships, membership, financial contributions. You can also support us by volunteering and helping us spread the word about this great resource in our town. Let's all be champions for the arts. Let's play a part in the arts and support our very special West Orange Arts Center.
Thank you, Ms. Matrano. I appreciate you. This is exciting. This is just so much chock full of information that we just don't normally have. And so now I'm going to ask Mr. Bernstein if he would come forth and give us a little bit of an update on the Older Persons Advisory Board.
It is my pleasure to report to the Township Council on the Older Adult Advisory Board, which was recently created by this council. I was honored to be named chair of the board, and I am here tonight representing the 9 members of the board who work together with one mission in mind, and that is to support the efforts of senior members of our community to age successfully in place. The board has met 3 times this year. The various needs of our older adult citizen drives an ambitious agenda. We are very much like a think tank. We take an issue, we invite a professional manager with experience on that particular issue to meet with us. We study and discuss the data, and then we make an advisory recommendation. We are currently working on transportation issues, best use of township spaces, communication, and veterans issues. In the future, we will discuss safety, healthcare, recreation, housing, and other relevant topics. I want to thank the mayor and the Township Council and the Older Adult Advisory Board for their support of our process. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have also, which is not an official board or commission, but our wonderful Susan Delinko, who is taking up the charge for having a fall farmers market here in West Orange. Ms. Delinko, if you'll join us at the podium.
Good evening, everyone. I've been working with, first of all, thank you for your help. I would also like to thank Mayor Susan McCartney, John, and also Megan, who stepped out for a minute for their help as well. Just a little background, I'm like a farmer's market and supermarket junkie. I can't explain it. And I've been going to a lot of farmers markets, and I am extremely excited as to what we're going to have in West Orange. I currently have, for just November and December, 30 different vendors of all types who have said they want to come to the farmers market. They won't be every week or whatever, but if we can get 20 a week, we'll be in great shape, plus food trucks and things like that. Okay. So the food vendors I'm bringing in are culturally from all over the world. I have reached out to a Korean farmer who makes kimchi, and he has expressed interest, as well as a kosher food truck, Indian, Pakistani food, Chinese food, soul food, and soup and grilled cheese food truck as well. I would love to be able to get more different types, because the more different types you bring in, the more different people come in. I will be reaching out, once things are settled, I will be reaching out to the high school, because I'd like to bring the marching band in as well. And I want to also do other events to bring people in. I've opened up the market to different organizations, such as some dealing with mental health, autism, and things like that, so that they can have tables as well. The big thing right now is just bringing the community together. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of discord, but what we want to do is have everyone have a good time. And as a result, I have done a little bit of a mission statement, and it is the West Orange Farmers Market represents the inclusion and diversity of the community by incorporating different cultures, artists, craftspeople, and foods from around the world. So I hope I see you all there. It'll be at OSPAC, Sundays in November and December from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think that covers all of it. Mr. McCartney. I'm sorry, open space. I didn't see you back there. I was looking for you. And that will that will complete our presentations for this evening. Again, thank you all. Just wanted to provide an update on what's going on in the community behind the scenes. It takes a tremendous amount of effort and input to run a municipality. Mr. McCartney.
Hello, council, Ms. Mayor, and everybody else and the guests. I took the over on Mike, so I made some money tonight. The Township of West Orange established its open space program in 2002, following overwhelming voter support in the November 2001 ballot referendum. The trust fund collects 1 cent per $100 of assessed property value. Comes up to approximately $550,000 a year, give or take. Since West Orange Township began its open space program in 2002, it has acquired 6 additional properties using trust fund preserving 29 acres. These include the addition to Crystal Lake, 2006, Mount Pleasant Avenue property, 2007, Mayapple Hill Extension in 2009, The Rock on Mount Pleasant Avenue in 2011, Belgrade Terrace, 2012, and Wiley Terrace in 2013. We also have the Rock Spring Country Club, which was purchased, but that's not Green Acres yet, and the 95 acres at Crestmont. Additionally, open space recreation funds were used to create Ridgeway Park, which opened in May 2014. We attempted to purchase the Woodland Avenue Stables and have somebody run it, but that didn't work out. But I can't say a lot, but it looks like it may work out already. We are currently reviewing the action plan from the November 2019 Open Space and Recreation Plan update. The plan is available on the West Orange website. Go to Commissions, Open Space and Rec, and you can download it if you care. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you all for your indulgence. Yes, I'm sorry. And of course, so you're always a staple here, so it's I apologize. We have Miss Megan Brill from the Downtown Alliance with some updates on our downtown.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing us to speak. Megan Brill with the Executive Director with the Downtown Alliance. Councilwoman Castellino's our liaison, and she keeps us on our toes all the time. There's always so much to talk about downtown. So I just decided to concentrate on some of our new stores and signage that we've been working really hard on. This is the old Zulu Bar at 437 Main Street. It's changed its name to Oko. It's going to be Japanese fusion restaurant and bar. What we did with this sign was the one awning on the left-hand side was down. It had fallen down, and we asked them to replace it in order to get the sign approved. They also, that is a 3D sign. The letters on the top there are raised up off of the sign, gives it a little bit decorative element to it. So that is Oko, right across from Degnan House and in Eagle Rock Avenue. So this is Nick's Hair Salon is it's Tony Spina's building. There's been a hair salon in that building for like 40 years. Tony likes to tell us that it's the oldest hair salon building in the town. I'm not sure if that's true, but we ended up, Tony got a facade grant, redid the brickwork on this building. There's a picture of the whole building just this past summer. So we needed to take down all of the old signage and put up new signs. Nick has been in the Nick side for 25 years easy. So he wanted us just to talk about hair and nails. We talked about it. We weren't sure we were going to buy just having hair and nails, but when we put the decals on the windows, it was able to hone in on that it's Nick's nails and Nick's hairs. So these decals also were tricky. Nick didn't want folks being able to see him working on his clients. And it was distracting to the ladies doing nails on the other side. So we came to an agreement that we would put a decal a third of the window, so it's to regulation, and it's in the middle of it, so anybody walking by can't see whoever's getting worked on. So we were able to make a great compromise. Both of these signs will receive sign grants from the Downtown Alliance. We've already given away about $14,000 from our budget to support businesses and property owners. Right down the street, this is the Babcock corner. The street fair starts right at that dead end sign. This is CMP Treasure sign on the left there. CMP Treasures has been downtown for probably 8 or 9 years now. They moved to a couple of different spots, and now they found a home in 239 Main Street, which is formerly known as the Future Auto Body Building. Cheryl received a sign grant. Her original sign looked really different than this. We talked to her about the 3D element. She loved her circle that had the CMP logo in it, but she really wanted to talk about the treasures. Treasures are two things that are inside the store and the folks that work in the store. Her footprint is all about helping special needs adults and folks on the autism spectrum. So to her, every person that walks in the door is a treasure, and that's why she wanted treasures to be the highlight of her sign. I think I have a close-up of it. I didn't take a great picture. I apologize for that. So it is open. She's open every day from 11 o'clock to 6. Go in. She has some really neat stuff. The stock is forever changing. So every time you go in, there's always something new to see. This is another great story. So this is 272 Main Street. This is in, I guess it's in Torrey Corner. It's right by Americana Diner. The signs on the left was what the old sign used to look like. The lady that owns Luna Grocery is Martha Luna, and she's been the business owner there for over 20 years. She finally had the opportunity to buy the building from the Gallows, who were retiring, and she was really excited to be able to do that. She bought the building like 2 years ago, and she wanted to paint the building and re-side it gray, which totally didn't match any of the green and white elements that were on the sign. So she pulled the sign permit, she handed in what she thought she wanted for the sign, and our design team went to work. And we said, well, maybe you need to bring the warmth of the building in. And what we ended up with is the black and metallic gray sign. Also, it was a split awning. There was an awning over the window and then an awning over the door. We ended up, our design team, actually, John Hoff from Prism, it was his idea to make one awning over the front. And if you drive by, the whole corner looks great. Her customers are coming in saying how great, everything looks. We are still working on the decals that are on the windows. We don't necessarily like all the food products in the windows, so we are working on that. But she ran out of money. The improvements on this building were $7,000. She painted the entire building. That didn't include the siding, and then there's an awning on the side and the new signage. So we're excited that she chose to stay in our downtown and that we were able to help her with a sign grant. Then the last thing I have to say is all of the stuff that we always talk about. You can QR code this when it shows up on the TV. You can get the downtown app. The West Orange app, the West Orange website, and the downtown website, all by clicking on any of those QR codes. And that's the best way to keep up with everything that's happening, our events that are going on in the entire town, and all good stuff that we want to try to share with everyone.
And your next Downtown Thursday?
Downtown Thursday. Our next one, and hopefully the last one for this season, is August 10th, and it's in Eagle Rock. And we have a salsa band coming. It's like an 8-piece band. And a person is going to teach people who want to salsa dance. And Avian Reagan from Main Street Beauty Bar is holding a double Dutch jump rope contest. And she's like the queen of double Dutch. So I don't know if we're going to be double Dutching or not. I'm not sure. But it should be a really great time. It's 5 to 8 in front of Our Lady of Lourdes and the Quigley parking lot. Thank you, Michelle. Oh, catch the energy downtown.
Thank you. Thank you. So that was a tremendous amount of information again, and we will look forward to the remaining commission chairmen and women coming to give us presentations and updates on what they have been doing. So thank you to each of you all for coming and spending time with us and giving us the updates. We look forward to continuing to partner and work with each of you. We will close our conference agenda. We will have our liaison reports. We hopefully will be able to have those later on this evening. We'll go ahead and close the conference agenda and open our council meeting. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on July 28th, 2023. Councilwoman Castellino.
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilman Rutherford.
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Mayor McCartney. She's still here? I don't know. She left? Okay. We already did the Pledge of Allegiance earlier.
We did do the Pledge of Allegiance, and now I am just looking to see, is Reverend Dr. Gina in the house? Yes, would you please come forward and give us our invocation for this evening? We started at our last meeting an invocation to head our council meetings, and so it's your pleasure, wherever. So if you would like to come on up, that's fine. With an invocation. And Reverend Dr. Gina Jacob Strain is the Executive Director of the American Baptist Women's Ministry and an Associate Minister at St. Paul's Baptist Church in Montclair. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Yes, and thank you to the council and to everyone that's here. Let us pray. If it is your tradition to bow your heads and close your eyes, please do so. Otherwise, let us assume an attitude of prayer. Thank you, Lord, that you are always in our presence, and how good and pleasant it is when brothers and sisters gather together in unity. And so, God, we thank you for unity and collaborations in the persons serving on the council and in our community. We're grateful for each person's dedication and willingness to serve and to make our community a better place. We thank you, God, for common goals, common purpose that evidence kindness and care. We thank you for building relationships and fellowships amongst our community. Lord, remind us that each of us, made in your image, are expected to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly. And so we ask, Lord, that this meeting, that this council have a witness of justice, love, mercy, discernment, grace, and humility. And most importantly, may God's joy rest upon them. May it be present in us and through us. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Okay. Now we will move into public comment. Public comment this evening is in anticipation of our 2023 municipal budget hearing. This is not our annual or monthly August meeting. At the end of this meeting, your council members will collectively come together and identify a date for our August meeting. So if your comments are related to topics outside of the municipal budget, I would ask that you yield those until our next meeting. But at this time, I would like to invite the public up for public comment. We're going to use the center podium for public comment. We always begin with our public information officer, Mr. Joe Fagan.
Mr. President, I'm going to defer my report to the regular council meeting so we can go right into the public this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Now, anyone in the public would please come forward. That means you, that's you. If you'll just give us your name and your address for the record.
Is this on?
Yes.
My name is Daniel Reeses and I live at 23 Linden Avenue, West Orange, New Jersey, but I currently also own a home at 19 Fordham Road in Livingston, New Jersey. I'm a lifelong resident of West Orange and Livingston. I came to America in 1989 and my family when I was 6 years old, and we moved across the street from Seton Hall Prep. I went to Solomon Schechter Day School, which is now called the Golda Ock Academy. And when I was in 4th grade, we moved to Livingston. About a decade ago, my wife and I, who's sitting right here, say hello, we moved from our apartment in Wall Street to West Orange, New Jersey. I am a commercial real estate developer. About 3 years ago when COVID hit, I owned about 30 buildings. I'm down to about 17. What I'm about to tell you, I have 4 minutes, but you will not believe, but this is budget related. It is very important you understand that this is strictly budget related, and I intend to come back here and elaborate on what I'm about to tell you. But once again, you will not believe me, but I assure you, I have all the evidence to not only prove it, but also, unfortunately, the likeness of this meeting will now end based on what I'm about to say. Your beloved township attorney, Richard Trank, has committed multiple crimes against me and my family. Richard Trank performed what's called an illegal eviction. The reason why I'm mentioning this to you now is because there's a budget hearing. This budget hearing needs to be made aware of the millions of dollars that this town has flushed down the toilet working with this man. I am only speaking on behalf of myself and my family. There's a law which is called the New Jersey Eviction and Moratorium Law, which requires a sheriff officer to be involved for any eviction. At the time, I filed for bankruptcy, which was 5 months ago. My filing was strategic due to the amount of tenants that were not paying me post-COVID and the amount of banks that were coming after me. When I filed for bankruptcy, I was assigned a random U.S. trustee and a random attorney. This random attorney was Richard Trank. What I saw happen subsequently in the next 2 months was beyond criminal. Richard Trank used the West Orange Police Department to illegally evict my tenant. The body camera images have been withheld from me. It has been over 2 months, and my assistant, Jamie Resnick, has been coming here on a weekly basis trying to get the Oprah request to be qualified, but everything has been denied. Furthermore, on the day that my house was taken from me illegally by Richard Trank and given to a buyer that he has chosen, which means that all of you are subject to exactly what has happened to me. And as I was moving my possessions out of my home after being kicked out of a house that I physically built with my own hands, since I was, I don't know, turned 30. Both my kids were born there. Well, one was 6 when I moved. The other one was born there. And as I was packing my stuff up, I had the West Orange Police Department show up and illegally arrest me and Jamie, who has never had any altercation with the police department. This was done unlawfully and against every law you could possibly imagine. This was not only done ultra-virously, but if you don't know what that means, it's far reaching beyond the control of the trustee. But the worst part is the first time that Richard Trank committed the illegal offense, he did this in conjunction with the chief of police, who was called by the officers on site and who said, yes, kick the tenant out. This is so illegal. And the amount of emails that I've sent that have been ignored by Mayor McCarthy because she has supported a criminal. I have evidence of 15 other self-dealing transactions that Richard Trank has been a part of. There's something called the Trank Family Trust, as well as 14 other privately held trusts that Richard Trank has worked with several show buyers in order to transfer assets to other entities. The second attorney, who is retiring right now, there's no possible way he has had no knowledge and has no clue of what's going on. But he is retiring, so I wish him the best of luck. I also, while I have a few seconds, want to tell everyone that I own the most successful barbecue business in New Jersey, which is a trailer, and I will be presenting and showing it for the event that you're having here. So believe it or not, as crazy as I am very, very, very calculating. And there's a very serious reason why I'm here. My home has been taken from me. I've had 5 properties taken from me, and you need to be made aware as you budget of the criminal activity that has been happening over the last 4 months. Not only has it been happening, it's been supported by members of law enforcement who showed up to my house. Now, I had an email that I tried to show. Now, I'll put it all on YouTube eventually, but I wanted to show the respect of the council before I go live with this. But Richard Trank is not just a criminal. It is a white-collar criminal beyond anything you can imagine. And I'm talking only about myself. I'm not talking about the conflict that's in the media. I have no interest in any of this. I have no beef in this. I'm only talking about myself and my assistant, who has 3 small children. They're in camp. When they come home, they have to find out their mother was arrested. The mother was arrested for no reason other than we followed the attorney's advice, who said that we could be there until 5 o'clock. The West Orange Police Department showed up at 3:05 and threw handcuffs on both myself and my assistant, then forced my wife to move the stuff out of the property. So that means that a court order that says that no one was allowed to be on the property only applied to me and Jamie. The reason for that is because I blew the whistle.
Thank you, Mr. Isis. Anyone
Thank you
else?
for your time.
You're welcome. Anyone else in council chambers for public comment?
Good evening,
Good evening.
Todd DeBovie, 10 Burnett Terrace. I apologize, I don't have my current glasses. I sat on them, so I have to squint and hold these up here. So, all right. Good evening. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Let's first talk about where we are and how we got here. The McCartney administration submits a budget calling for a 16.2% real estate tax increase. One has to wonder what effort, if any, has our mayor, CFO, and town attorney, Trank, made to attempt to reduce the size of such an increase. After reviewing the budget thoroughly, it's pretty clear that no effort was made to mitigate the damage. Why? The only reason this makes sense is by presenting such a disastrous budget to the council and insisting the council make recommendations on expense reductions. The administration is attempting, the key word is attempting, to turn the disastrous budget into a calamity created by the council. Yet nothing can be further but from the truth. This budget, and whatever it looks like, falls squarely on Mayor McCartney, who has rubber stamped the previous administration's decision-making for 20 years. It falls on the CFO, who has been in his position since 2011. It falls on Richard Trank, who has been instrumental in dictating to former Mayor Parisi and now Mayor McCartney how the town should be run for over 25 years. Now let's talk about this, look at a sampling of their joint efforts that have caused this town's economic fortunes to end up in the gutter. Starting with Rock Spring, Rob Parisi paid $12 million for the golf course. He presented the acquisition as a cash-free transaction on a net basis, suggesting that funding will come from the sale of out parcels for approximately 50% of the purchase price and the balance from application to Green Acres. At the time, Parisi never showed any appraisal data. Apparently, the golf course is appraised at $4 million as a golf course and $14 million as a development site. At the time, no mention was made that Essex County had offered $8 million and they were prepared to go higher. But Parisi decides to jump in and undercut the county's negotiating by offering $12 million. And here we are 4 years later and still no plan to raise the promised funds, no application to Green Acres. Nothing has been done. Then in 2022, Richard Trank conducts a meeting at Rock Spring explaining that the township is losing $1.3 million per year on the golf course. That prompted me to request a copy of an income and expense statement showing the details of such a large loss. A request was made to CFO Gross, who responds by giving me a copy of Kemper's income and expense statement. The problem is we need to see the financials that represents the township's interest, not Kemper's. At least we now know that Kemper's earning a profit from their efforts. I explained to Mr. Gross that we need a statement showing the town's interest, and his response to me, incredibly, was to say that he doesn't have the software, quote unquote, to produce such a statement. As a result, we have an administration that cannot produce an accurate and detailed picture of how a $12 million township asset is performing. It means that those in this administration who are tasked with managing a township asset have no idea how the golf course is performing. All we do know is it's losing $1.3 million a year. We've heard from some present and past council members who have been quoted as saying the town needs the revenue, quote unquote, from Rock Spring. What revenue? It loses $1.3 million a year. It was suggested to me that they were referring to future revenue to be generated from the clubhouse by operating a restaurant or catering facility. Really? These people expect to turn a $1.3 million loss into a profit by running a restaurant? You gotta be kidding. And it's been clear that the administration is clueless about the downtown redevelopment project that the township incredulously paid $12.5 million for and have spent unknown amounts for ongoing ownership that's likely exceeds $20 million. The properties are contaminated. And just like Rock Spring, our esteemed CFO cannot produce an income and expense statement for this $20 million plus asset either. This administration is a de facto investment manager for these assets, yet is unable and more likely unwilling to produce proper financial reporting for $32 million in township assets. Frankly, any investment manager.
Your time is up. Thank you,
Ah.
Mr. DeVoe.
Can I just say that,
Thank you, Mr.
you
DeVoe.
need to think about things, and I appreciate that you called me back after I sent you emails. You're the best.
Yes, come forward. After everyone, and I've closed public comment, we have the opportunity to respond.
Okay.
No problem. No problem.
Good evening, Sheila Lefkowitz, 703 Pleasant Valley Way. Control, find, fines. Where are the fines collected by the township in this budget? How many fines were collected in 2022? What increase in fines are expected in 2023? Are we permitted to have reserves? And are we permitted to have a surplus in our budget? And if no, why do we have reserves? And why do we have a surplus? We need to use the reserves and the surplus to pay for our expenses and not burden the taxpayer. Why are we paying more for our sewer tax than the expenses of maintaining this system, and more than any other township in Essex County? Control, find the truth. Control, find. What effort will be made after this budget is passed to preempt the same issues from resurfacing from year to year? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lefkowitz. Anyone else in council chambers yes, please come forward.
Good evening, Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. I have a few questions and comments about the budget tonight. First, I'm following up on questions I asked at the June 27th council meeting about where the revenue collected from sewer fees in 2022 over and above the $3.3 million sent to the Joint Meeting Commission went. At the time, Mr. Gross said that information was readily available in a spreadsheet he'd done. However, as of this afternoon, I couldn't find any such information on the town website. Councilwoman Scarpa also asked Mr. Gross for a copy of that spreadsheet, and I'm curious if she ever received it. I also inquired about the 2023 budget and where the additional $2.4 million the town will receive from these higher sewer fees would be spent. With this fiscal year more than half over, there must be some expenses Mr. Gross can readily share with us from the operating fund that involved maintenance and repair of the sewer lines in the past 7 months. One more question about sewer fees. When the township last increased the fees from $250 to $350 in 2016, the administration insisted its rationale was to ensure all users of the water and sewer system in town pay their fair share. Specifically, entities that are tax exempt, like houses of worship and private schools. But it's not clear how much these property owners, as well as commercial property owners, are paying with the new sewer fee schedule. And if Mr. Gross could please tell us what are property owners that receive tax abatements, such as Prism downtown and the Central Avenue apartments, are now paying in sewer fees. On another issue, the time, I believe, has come to begin charging a user fee to jitney riders. The administration is so adamant that all users should be paying their share of the sewer costs. Then why shouldn't those residents who use the jitney pay a portion of the cost for a service that a small minority of residents currently use? Members of the town pool pay a user fee.
Golfers at Rock Spring pay a user fee. Why shouldn't riders of the Jitney do the same? The annual cost just for Jitney drivers is now somewhere around $500,000. And that doesn't factor in fuel and upkeep of the buses. Let me be clear, I'm not at all suggesting eliminating the Jitney or having riders pay the entire cost. My son now takes it to and from South Orange 5 days a week, and overall he's pretty satisfied with the service. But he admits he can afford to pay a user fee. And I think it's reasonable to expect in these difficult financial times that residents who have jobs in the city shoulder more of the cost of a service they regularly use than non-users on fixed incomes. Also, I've repeatedly expressed my concern about the municipality holding more than $30 million in real estate and the millions of dollars in lost tax revenue and debt service it's costing taxpayers. And that doesn't even include maintenance on those properties, as another resident mentioned about what we're doing with those properties downtown. I hope the council holds the administration's feet to the fire in getting the Edison 2 Phase 2 development rolling, or at least trying to sell the properties, and seriously consider selling Rock Spring to Essex County. Another budget issue I wanted to call the council's attention to is the garbage and recycling contracts. Our township's costs have exploded in the past few years, and that has a lot to do with the fact that we consistently get only one vendor bidding for our business. That's ridiculous. There are other carters serving nearby towns, and we are larger than most of them, so we should be a desirable customer. There is no reason we should be stuck in a position with only one bid to choose from. And the same can be said about our recycling center vendor. It wasn't too long ago that our recycling center was actually a revenue generator for the town. Council members, please scrutinize the process and hold the administration accountable for the effective management of the trash and recycling contracts. And I'm sure we can get better deals, not only better deals, but also better service from our vendors. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers for public comment? Yes, please come forward. Hi.
Lisa Stedman, 42 Chestnut Road, and I just wanted to make my last ditch effort to get Chestnut Road fixed.
Your name, we didn't hear your name.
Lisa Stedwell?
Yes. And the street is Rock Spring has been done and Chestnut is right next to it, and it's atrocious and it just needs to get fixed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, come forward, please.
Rosary Morelli, Ralph Road. I always have something to complain about. Now the seats are too hard. My back hurts. What I'm going to talk about tonight isn't a really happy subject, but in the past 2 weeks, I lost two very close friends. Leanne Zalino, who was a real strong advocate and a help with senior citizen issues. She was always there when I needed her. She, in fact, along with Joe Kukoviak, put together an agenda or an ordinance back years ago that was turned down, never brought before the council. Another close friend who I made since I've become active with senior citizen issues is the Lieutenant Governor. Now I'm going to forget her name.
Sheila Oliver.
You know who she is. We became very close. She was a very strong advocate. She had put together some legislation, as Maria, you must know about that, regarding seniors. There was one big issue where people were getting deeds. You go down to the Hall of Records, get deeds. They were taking these deeds and selling houses from under the owners, who were mostly seniors. And she got legislation passed, and they have a whole new process in place. So seniors aren't getting scammed, have money stolen. That's all I have to say as far as seniors go and the sadness of losing friends. And another thing I'd like to say is in West Orange based on the fact that 750 responses to the senior survey years back. The question was, seniors, and I keep repeating this, it's redundant. The question was, do you feel safe living in West Orange? And there was not one yes answer. No, do you feel safe? Yes, they feel safe living in West Orange. There was no answer. So we do have first responders, all the firemen you saw here tonight. I think that was a great event to see the respect that they're given. People don't understand that these folks go out every morning and their families don't know if they'll be coming home at night. So we need to respect them and we need to be grateful for having them. And I know the seniors are, because there are no seniors, I said, and 750 survey returns. No one had anything to say derogatory against first responders, police, fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morelli. Anyone else in council chambers for public comment? All right, Mr. Fagan, how many people do we have on the Zoom audience?
Yes, Council President, there are 58 people on the Zoom audience and 6 currently with their hands raised. As is customary, we have a county report from the Zoom audience. However, Mr. Puglisi is not on the call this evening. So we will start with Patrice Warner. Please state your name and address for the record. Patrice Warner, can you hear us?
My hand was raised.
Yes, Patrice Warner, you're on the call. Please state your name and address for the record.
Go ahead and go to the next person and we'll try and come back.
Sally Malanga, please state your name and address for the record.
Sally Malanga, Ridge Road. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you to Joe Berwin and the Environmental Commission who assessed the state of our tree canopy and revealed that our canopy has been seriously depleted by 10%, from 30% down to 27%. And words such as disaster and dire were expressed by those who discovered it. This is something our Green West Orange members have been appealing to this council to address for years. We can see it on the ground, and we know that 2 decades of pulling down trees for sidewalk and curb repair has been costly, especially to communities downtown. Consequently, our Green West Orange members want to know which line item in the budget is for tree restoration. How many trees will be planted this fall and next spring? Naturally, we are requesting an increase over previous years. We also want to know what were the costs to the taxpayers for cutting down 22 major trees behind the West Orange High School, and how many trees will be replanted to replenish that devastated section. It's refreshing to hear that the Environmental Commission, that they are now focusing on the tree canopy after all these years. There is no choice but to stop cutting and start planting. So how many trees will it be? And please keep that number open for discussion with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malanga.
Vikas Mehta, please state your name and address for the record. Welcome to the meeting.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Vikas Mehta here from Hooper Avenue. My concern is in regard to the sewage bill recently, which has been raised. And I see there was a discussion in regard to this, that the town will take a look into it, how many people are residing in the home. And I do not agree that, like raising a bill for a person of 3 household in the, 4-bedroom. People are 10 people living in one house and they're still paying $500. So how it's fair to me that I have to pay for 3 people $500 while the next door house, not saying next door, but next door house in some other street, have 10 people living in the same 4-bedroom paying $500. It makes no sense. So town should do something about it based on the people residing within the house. And now we're not even considering people who are illegally renting their houses or, their space. What about them? They can be 15 people living in and still paying $500. Now, when we talk about budget, every time I hear about taxes will increase, why not each one of the member of council or the directors or, whoever is there have a budget cut? Because as far as I know, if you work for any company and you cannot deliver to the people or the, that company representatives, you get fired either way or you get salary cut. So I would love to see if one of you will be willing to take that budget cut, your salary cut, your benefits would cut to 15%. Let's see that. Why I have to face and pay higher taxes? Why the town people have to be the one, who have to get through all this pain while you guys just, as far as I see for the last couple of meetings going back and forth fighting, I don't see anything, proceeding or you doing anything for the public. So I would love to see all this when you talk about budget. Why not do the commitment? If you cannot deliver, let's do the budget cut for you guys in regard to the salaries and your benefits. And that's only I want to make a statement since it's all about budget. I didn't get a chance to read it fully, but I'm going to take a look into it as well. I also have a statement to make about the last council member meeting when I joined. And I remember Rutherford mentioned that the weed is legal, so they cannot do anything about it. So my question to you, again, you can take a look into it. If you have the park ordinance and the state, even though they legalize it, can you override it or not? Because if park is saying smoking is not permitted, no matter weed is legal or not, it should be enforced. Second statement I want to make is that legal age to smoke within New Jersey, I'm pretty sure it's above 21 or 21. I see literally teenagers are smoking. So please consider it, take a look into it, and try to enforce it if you can. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, can you please spell your name?
I'm sorry, he's off the call now.
Did you see his name? Can you tell us his name, please?
I don't remember it.
Councilwoman Scarpa recorded it as Vincus. I don't know if that's the first or
He said
last.
Vincus. I don't know
Last
if that
name?
was first or last.
I'll see.
Madam Clerk.
Back.
I got his first name, Vincus, I thought it was, on Hooper Avenue. I didn't get his last name.
Hooper Avenue. Thank you. Mr. Fagan, next.
Mark R., welcome to the meeting. Please state your name, your full name and address for the record. Mark R., can you hear us?
Yeah, Mark.
I'll have to come back. I'll move on, Council President. Kevin Malanga, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Kevin Malanga, Ridge Road, Council President, members of the council, good evening. I would like to follow up on my questions from the last council meeting pertaining to the sewer charges. The amount of $3,371,078 is how much the joint meeting of Essex and Union County will charge West Orange for treating its sewage. Based on the latest sewer fee of $550 per household, West Orange will collect millions of dollars in excess of what it will be charged by the joint meeting. Mr. Gross has said in a presentation that the township expends $10 million a year for sewage treatment and sewer line maintenance. So it seems apparent that there is a difference between that $10 million number that Mr. Gross has presented as our cost per year and the amount of money that we pay to the joint meeting. So I again ask, how much money is being spent on sewer line maintenance in 2022 and 2023? Where in the budget for 2022 and 2023 is that expenditure for sewer line maintenance? Where is that identified? In what category is it placed? Where on your chart of accounts can we see that expenditure? My concern is that we have not a sewer charge, but really a hidden property tax. That the sewer charge is meant to conceal the true extent of the property tax increase. So I would like the council to please consider changing the methodology to not being a sewer charge, but simply an addition to the property tax, so we can truly see how much the township is spending and how much it's costing the property taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Malenga.
MKA, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. This is MK Adams, Park Drive South. First, I want to express my relief that Mr. Rutherford and Ms. Geber-Michael are feeling better, and it's good to see you this evening. I just thought it was important to note the sobering public comments related to these budget issues, despite the 32-minute parade of positivity that preceded the opening of public comments. And while I appreciate all the committees that presented tonight, it's not just about kind of putting a veneer over the very serious issues that the town and its residents are facing. The budget, although I acknowledge your efforts to reduce the burden from the original proposed 16+% increase, is still unsatisfactory, with questions remaining about several members of the administration receiving significant raises. What has already been spoken about the discrepancy of a significant increase in the sewer fees that exceed the actual published costs. And now the additional legal fees, the expenditures required because the mayor is suing the town council out of fealty to the town attorney and in contempt of the council's resolution. This level of dysfunction is costing all of us significantly, morally, spiritually, and absolutely financially. So again, it was just important to for me to bring up those points, and hopefully there'll be some resolutions that can be achieved that are satisfactory to everybody, not just a few interested parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
Mel Valdez, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, good evening. Mel Julie Valdez, Elm Street. Good evening, Town Council. I know that you are faced with a very difficult decision regarding this whole budget process, and it has been very contentious. As a resident of West Orange for many years, as a parent, and just someone who's concerned with everything that's going on in town, I just would like to know, after this budget is passed, what is being done going forward to try to combat the rising costs of our property taxes and the sewer fees. It would be great to know when it would be contemplated that we move to a different model regarding the sewer fees. So it is based on usage for the next year. I just would like to know, how are we going to be able to make West Orange an affordable town so that we can retain our senior citizens while also attracting young families? I'm just concerned that there are many families who are going to be priced out of West Orange, and that's also going to affect our diversity in town. So, it's something that I hope that, I know that we're dealing with present issues, but we also need to look to the future as to how we can work together to resolve all these outstanding issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez.
Council President, I have the individual on the line. I can let him into the meeting for the purpose of the spelling of his name if you so.
I have it. Thank you.
Okay. Any Anyone else wishing to address the town council in public comment,
Council President.
please raise your hand.
Councilman.
The clerk does not have his name,
Okay.
Mr. Vinkus.
It's Vickers at Vicka. I need my glasses. I'm sorry.
You could just put in the chat.
Mater, Mehta.
We do have one
At
other
Hooper
person who
Avenue.
raised their hand.
Thank you.
Phil Litwinoff, please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, my name is Phil Litwinoff. I live on Linden Avenue in West Orange. Thank you, council. Thank you for each member who serves in behalf of the town of West Orange. My comments this evening regard the budget of various forms. To begin with, the sewer charge. Now, in previous meetings, Mr. Gross said he did not have enough time to work out the deals, the details of working out what the sewer charge would be on a usage basis with New Jersey American Water Company. I find that absolutely inappropriate. For a member of the township to happen to have a house that has several bathrooms or bedrooms that are no longer being used because their children were raised in the township. We paid our fair share of property taxes and school taxes for all the years. And then to be told, well, because Mr. Gross cannot work it out with New Jersey Water American, we're going to have to pay a higher rate. I find that absolutely inappropriate. In terms of the overall budget, a 6%, even though that's where we are now looking at, is still outrageous. I've been a resident of this township since 1977. I have never argued about paying my fair share of taxes, where there are school taxes when I had no children in school, or my property taxes to help pay for the cost of the township. But I believe, as a CPA and a financial officer, that the township budget has been put together on a basis that is not appropriate for the standing of this company, of this township. And I urge the town council to weigh that in its jurisdiction this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Litwinoff.
Jerome, welcome to the meeting. Please state your full name and address for the record. Jerome, can you hear us? Last call, Jerome, can you hear us? Please state your full name and address for the record. Council President, there are no other hands in the audience raised, in the Zoom audience raised at this moment.
Thank you. Public comment is now closed.
Oh,
I'm sorry. If we have one last person, certainly.
there was a person who spoke before and they lowered their hand.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Public comment is closed. Thank you to everyone who joined us for the conference agenda, and thank you so much for joining us for our council meeting agenda. Wanted to respond to several of the comments, mostly, of course, as we are here for our budget hearing this evening, and we did ask that comments be referenced to the municipal budget. I want to thank everyone for their input. I continue to suggest that this is a team effort. Certainly, I was just as shocked as our residents have expressed this evening about the 16.2% municipal budget increase when it was received. Not excited about that amount, certainly overwhelmed. We have been able to, with an additional amendment that'll be provided to us today, decrease that amount to 5.75%. And I do not disagree with any of our residents that that is still unacceptable. Certainly, we understand how we have gotten here with some of the information that have been stated by our residents are not matter of fact. Certainly, we can have more clear and explanations from our administration, and I'm hoping that they will do so. But there are some things that we do need to certainly address, and that is the concern about how to minimize this budget going forth so that we don't see a continued increase. And we can do that simply by addressing the expenses that we have in this municipality, bringing in more revenue. Certainly, there were some questions about revenue for sewer fees from the previous increase in 2015 to 16, what the revenue for sewer fees have been in 2022, some inquiries about how the budgeting line item process is done, and we will ask the administration to respond to those after my colleagues have had an opportunity to respond. Some of the recommendations, again, charging the jitney fee to those who actually use the service. Certainly, we've had that debate and discussion. I am personally not opposed to some type of fee for our jitney riders. I think we really have to do an overhaul on which we are attempting to do with all of our fees that come into the municipality. We've done that with the increase in some of our other fees that we've taken months to go through that process. We will see increased revenue from that. Certainly, we can reduce services. I don't know that any of the services that we currently receive that we want them to be reduced, but we certainly can look at whether or not we can have those services provided more economically. We are all in agreement. Each of us are homeowners that sit behind this dais. We feel the same burden and pains that each of our residents do, and we are always looking for opportunities to mitigate our costs. As far as the trees are concerned, again, we've heard from our environmental commission, and it was important to bring our commissions to the forefront so that we can hear about what goes on behind the scenes. Some of our commissions are really doing some important work, working on some of the very things that most of our residents are concerned about: the environment, cutting down trees, and making sure we protect the canopy in West Orange. We had information about smoking in the parks. We do know that smoking in our parks on our school grounds is illegal. However, with cannabis, there are some restrictions from the Attorney General's office and the state that do govern policing cannabis. And no, the municipality cannot override any of the state regulations and laws. That is not permitted. Certainly the sewer line is the sewer fees are something that does feel like a double taxation. And we have all committed behind the dais to make sure we encourage the administration to come up with a user model for next year. So there is a commitment to make that change. Garbage and recycling, there were some comments about garbage and recycling. And certainly what we've been told is, and what we know is that that contract does come up for renewal this year. We are in the process of finalizing the RFP. If it already has not gone out, I will have the administration affirm that. But what I did want to say about the garbage and recycling was the 5-year contract that we had previously under the previous administration. What we do know is post-COVID that did end up saving the municipality money. We had a locked-in rate for 5 years, which did seem excessively high when it was first contracted. But during the COVID pandemic, cost, supply chain, everything increased dramatically. And because we had a locked-in contract for the 5 years, we were able to identify and document that there was a savings to the municipality. We are very concerned that that will not be the case and that there may be a reduction in services. So that is yet to be determined. And we will come back to the community once we do have those bids and they have been received. I think that covers most of everything for me. We'll have continued discussion as we go through the budget process after the budget presentation. And I will yield to my colleagues for additional comments. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Thank you. I want to start with Todd DeBovie. Thank you for taking a strategic approach to the budget. I've been urging that we do that. I think most of us who have been looking at it for a while realize that we are in this predicament because of the $30 million of real estate assets that we own that need to be better managed and need to be dealt with immediately. One of the questions that I have for Mr. Gross specifically is what are the carrying costs on our downtown properties? And hopefully he'll be able to answer that for me. I also feel that it's important that we get more detailed income and expense statements for Rock Spring and get a better understanding of what it's actually costing us. And of course, making sure that we can apply for open space funding by March. Sheila Lefkowitz had some interesting questions about fees. Perhaps Mr. Gross can answer that, about how much we collected in 2022 and how much we expect to collect in 2023, given we're already in the third quarter and there's not too much time left in 2023. It is a good question and hopefully he'll be able to answer that for us. The jitney. I have mentioned many, many times, particularly the last meeting, when it was difficult vote for me to even vote for the $435,000 for the 5 different employees that were subcontracting to drive the jitney and the night person who's managing them. I really would like to get a handle on the exact cost of the jitney. I've asked for usage. A resident told me that we have something called Passio Go. That is a computer program that West Orange manages that gives us some information about that. I know Mr. Gross told me we had about 350 riders in our last meeting. I really think we need to establish a subcommittee of serious people who are going to do a feasibility study and look at the cost of this jitney for 350 riders. I mean, I've looked at some other towns have. Summit, Montclair's looked at it, Summit's looked at it, and they have some kind of an Uber arrangement that appears to be much more cost effective than what we're doing. But I would like to know, in addition to those costs that we've already looked at for the outsourcing the drivers, with gasoline prices rising, maintenance on the vehicles, I would imagine we're spending probably more like $700, but I would like Mr. Gross to tell us exactly what we are spending. And I will not approve the budget unless there is some kind of a fee for jitney riders, because I just don't feel that it is fair for all of our residents who don't use a jitney to be subsidizing people who work in Manhattan and have good jobs. The garbage contract that's coming up, and that's going to be something that we're going to have to very carefully look at. I've been concerned about, the one vendor that bids for many, many years. We're going to have to figure out how we can open that up a little bit. The sewer fees. I have gotten so many calls of people saying that I have a 3-bedroom house and I'm being charged for 4. We haven't seemed to be able to get this right. I agree with all the people who say that this needs to be based on usage. If there is any way we could do that at this point, I would love to do it. I don't believe there is. Mr. Gross could tell us if there is, but I think we need to put something in writing that we are not going to put this next year and next year's budget on the residents the way we have, and that we were going to move to a usage base. And maybe Mr. Gross could tell us exactly how long that will take, exactly what's involved. Sally Malanga, I agree with everything you've mentioned about the street repairs, taking down the trees. We really need to do better. That process needs to be managed better. And hopefully we will be able to introduce the ordinance soon to ensure that we are planting trees. Perhaps Mr. Gross could answer your question about how much we've budgeted or will be willing to budget for tree planting, and it is very important. Mr. Vikas, or Vikas, if that's your first name, again, I totally agree with you. The usage model has to be something we do. I also agree with you that we cannot approve this budget at this rate. I will not vote for a budget that we do not get down to 3.5 at least. I believe if we have to cut more of the fat out of the budget. We have to maybe go to every department and ask them to see if they can shave 5% off their departments. And I would be happy to take a 5% cut. I think we all have to do our part. Kevin Malanga, hopefully your questions will be answered on the sewer, how much we spent in 2022, where in the budget the expenditure is. I'll defer to Mr. Gross for that. And Bill Littenoff, same thing. I agree, 6% is outrageous. The amendment that we have before us is kind of unclear as to how much we're actually going to get from the grants. I know in the past, Mr. Gross has said that a lot of them are matching. So I'm not sure whether this is $10 million or how much in dollar amount we're actually going to get from the grants and how that will actually affect this budget, what the dollar amount is that this is going to bring the budget down. So perhaps he can also talk about that a little bit. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much to those of you who came out in person. Congrats to all our new firefighters. And thank you to all of you online on Zoom. As they say in every meeting, it's really important to have civic engagement, have community members involved, and to hold all of us accountable, not just elected officials, but administration and you know, government employees accountable, because we're all in this together. So I will make my remarks brief. Can't really comment on the Trank litigation because we are in litigation, but it is unfortunate that we are here. So I hope this does get worked out so that way we can move forward and work together for you guys, right? Because we're here representing the people, whether you voted for us or not. We represent every resident in town, and that's what it's about: doing what's right, practicing good governance, and you know, performing the oath that we took for you, for the people. Regarding Rock Spring, I am disappointed that, you know, we're still here. We're in July now and August actually, and there's still no plan. I'm really hoping that the administration will come to us with a plan to hopefully carve out the clubhouse. So that way we can put out an RFP, a request for proposal for vendors, so we can generate some revenue and then finally apply to Green Acres. We really need that money. Downtown redevelopment, I was, you know, kind of disappointed when we got that email from MBS. I really think that we should put an RFP out for the downtown property. You know, we waited thinking that they were going to have a deal there, and now all of a sudden, you know, they are worried about costs and not interested at the moment. So that's concerning to me because we have all that property downtown. and we held it off for the studio. So I'm hoping the administration can give the community some feedback about what the plan is, because if the studio isn't interested because of cost financially, then what are we doing holding on to that property? I know that the Councilman Rutherford and Councilman Castellino were talking about an RFP, excuse me, for the land. And I think that's something we should really look into, because we shouldn't be holding on to it any longer. Jitney, I hear you, Councilwoman Scarpa, about the Jitney. And I think we might have to head that route. We might have to see what we can do, because I agree. I don't think it's a huge cost to us, to the township, to the residents. And it's, from my understanding, as Mr. Gross mentioned in a previous meeting, it's very few residents who are using it. And unfortunately, we have to have these uncomfortable and difficult conversations, for the greater good, because no one wants to see their taxes increase, but that's where we're heading. No one wants their sewer increase, but unfortunately, that had to happen. And I will leave the sewer fee comment to the administration. I really hope that next year we will have a different model for everyone. It was a very difficult decision that we all made up here unanimously. And hopefully next year there'll be a better plan. Hopefully we'll go usage based. Maybe we'll change the number of bathrooms instead of bedrooms. I don't know what we can do, but unfortunately there's nothing that can happen now, but hopefully for next year, there'll be a better plan. And the roads that have to be fixed on Rock Spring, to the constituent who spoke earlier, I'm really hoping that the administration can reach out and give you an update regarding that, DPW or engineering department, or maybe even Mr. Gross tonight. Tree ordinance, I agree and echo the sentiments of our environmental commission chair, Mr. Brick, as well as our tree specialist, Mr. Walter. I myself and Councilman Rutherford and Councilwoman Scarpa have been working with members of Our Green West Orange to hopefully we can present the ordinance that they present to us to the Environmental Commission. They can work together. You have two amazing groups who are passionate volunteers who care about the trees and the environment and climate change. So hopefully working together with residents, we can come up with an amazing ordinance that we can all vote on. And I will end on Sheila Oliver, our amazing Lieutenant Governor. She was a friend. I worked with her at the county. I was really sad and cried. So I really looked up to her. And she was such a pioneer and trailblazer and a phenomenal woman who really cared about people and doing the right thing. And that's why she made it to where she is, as the first African-American female lieutenant governor. And I looked up to her a lot. She was a mentor. May she rest in peace and in power. Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. I'll echo those sentiments. Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver certainly will be well missed, and her legacy lives on. She has inspired countless people throughout the state to get involved and to stand up and raise their voices for issues that they are concerned with. Unfortunately, recently, there have been, at least in my circle, a significant number of deaths. And so I want to encourage folks that if you are struggling with grief, find someone to talk to. Preferably a professional, a grief counselor, but certainly a faith leader, but even a family member or a friend. All right, so Mr. Reeses, don't want you to think we are ignoring your email because we are in litigation over that matter, obviously not dealing with your particular issue, but it is tangential, so I did not think it was appropriate to respond to your email, but certainly I read it and I heard your comments tonight loud and clear. Mr. DeBovie, I want to thank you for your comments tonight. I echo your sentiments regarding Rock Spring, I think it is long past time to apply for Green Acres. We've been stressing that now for multiple years. Maintaining the debt service, on that property and not taking advantage of the opportunities that it presents us, both to have a first-class project, but also amenities for residents, I think is a missed opportunity, and I hope we take advantage of that opportunity now in the next cycle for Green Acres funding, which ends in March of next year. Ms. Silvestri inquired about the sewer fees. Ms. Lefkowitz inquired about the fines. I think we've taken some action that is going to increase, but the expectations that have been at least shared with us for this year are really fuzzy math because we're so late in the year. I think 24 will have a better understanding of the impact of those fees, both on the budget and on the volume of business through town hall. Ms. Silvestri commented about the sewer fees, and several people did, so I'll address all of them at the same time. We have, from the beginning, we wanted to move to a usage-based model. Mr. Gross was not able to, he presented to us that he was not able to gather the data quickly enough to move us to that type of a model this year. Because of the budget challenges that we faced, we needed to do something quickly. So what we've all discussed in these meetings, all 5 of us, is moving to a usage-based model next year. We did also inquire about using bathrooms instead of bedrooms to base this year's model. And because the data is less clear about the number of bathrooms in homes apparently than bedrooms, we weren't able to do that or use that with any reliability this year. So I do share your frustration. I'll echo the sentiments of my colleagues. It was a difficult vote. We've taken that vote, unfortunately, and we're moving forward at this point. We're going to do the best we can to support the administration as they work with all of the complaints and the misapplied fees. And so we do ask for your patience as we work through that. Ms. Stedwell questioned, her question was regarding Chestnut Road. And I do have a question for the administration regarding that, and you can answer now, Council President allows, or later. But we voted down the $6 million bond to fix some of the streets. We tried to get a compromise at, I think it was 3.5 million is what Mr. Gross said was the amount we'd have to bond in order to keep the 910,000 in grants. I know that we've already reached out to the county to see if they would give us an extension, and they verbally agreed. What I don't know is if the mayor or the administration has actually formally requested that extension so that we can save those grants and get at least a portion of those streets done this year. So I'd like an update on that because the council has already expressed its support for a reduced amount of bonding, especially since we have a 16%, we would propose a 16% property tax increase and an increase in the sewer fee. So all of this money has to be paid one way or another. But we are willing to support a lower amount to maintain those grants. And I would like to know what we're doing in that regard. Ms. Morelli, God bless you. I know that you've had some folks close to you pass. As I said before, this is one of those seasons for some of us, unfortunately. I do pray for you, and I trust that you will be fine getting through this. But I do echo your sentiments regarding our first responders. We can't just talk about the respect we have for them. We have to show it. It is how we treat them when they come responding to emergencies, but also how we treat them when they're either in the firehouse or the police department, how we treat their work conditions, the facilities, the training, the equipment that they have, and their contract, which will come up later this year. So I do echo your sentiments, and I think if we're not careful, if you look at the towns around us that are all treating their first responders differently than we are, I think if we don't make some changes soon, we're going to find ourselves in a very difficult position. Ms. Malanga, I do understand and agree with your concern for the tree canopy. The Environmental Commission, I want to thank Mr. Brick and the commission for their work specifically on the tree canopy and documenting how many of those trees have been lost. This is something Our Green West Orange has been warning us for years. We've had members of the public come into this chamber in tears because trees have been cut down for no good reason, either to preserve the linear nature of the street or for sidewalks. But the street and the sidewalk don't do as much for flood mitigation, for shade, for quality of air, for beauty in the neighborhood as these mature trees. So I do expect that your questions will be answered, specifically how many trees will be planted this year and where is it in the budget? I'd like to know the answers to those questions too. Don't know that you'll have that for tonight, but would certainly like to, if you don't have it tonight, get it in an email. Mr. Maida, thank you for your questions. I don't know if it was the council president or one of my colleagues talked about the inability for people to smoke in public places. We have the ability to designate spaces as no smoking zones. What we don't have are non-police employees that can monitor that and issue tickets or otherwise mitigate the smoking in those spaces. So that's been a concern that's been addressed. Our chief of police has made some recommendations in that regard. I support those recommendations. I'm hopeful. And the way he proposed them, it would not cost any tax dollars to actually both police the business owners as well as these spaces. So hopefully we can get that done soon. We don't yet have a cannabis operation open yet, but hopefully by the time we do, we will have a fee model that allows us to police and inspect that industry. Mr. Litwinoff, I think I've answered your questions already, but I do agree, 5.75% is still a lot. I am grateful, though, that we are down from 16.2. And again, it did involve some very difficult votes and some tough choices. Mr. Malanga, you've sent your questions in the form of an email. I didn't see at least a response, and maybe I wasn't CC'd on it. But I will ask Mr. Gross if he has not yet responded to your email to do so and to include me in the response. And if you have responded, which is entirely possible, please forward that response to me as well. What I will say regarding the sewer fees, though, is tomorrow I have a meeting. I am the liaison to the joint meeting, which is our sewer commission. And we are going through all of the fees related to the sewer tomorrow. It has taken some time. It is something that I requested from our executive director. She has graciously set up multiple meetings for every board member so that we can better understand the costs involved in our maintaining our sewers and having that sewage process from the joint meeting. So as of tomorrow afternoon, I will be more intelligent on this matter, and I look forward to sharing what I learned with the public. Mrs. Adams, thank you for your care and your concern. I do share your concern about the additional legal fees. Unfortunately, there isn't much that can be done about that. Ms. Valdez asked what's going to be done going forward to prevent future increases in these property taxes. I think we've been clear about what can be done. I don't know what will be done. Both Councilwoman Castellino and I have stated in this body, as well as in other spaces in town, that we would like the mayor to put out an RFP for the downtown properties. Whether or not a movie studio gets built there, it's still, I think, the right thing to do. I strongly encourage us to do that. I've done that in writing. I've done it in this meeting. I've done it privately. I think it, at the very least, in Councilwoman Castellino has echoed this sentiment. It at least gives us some leverage in negotiating, but we may find a better opportunity to develop that Main Street property, and we need to do that sooner rather than later. Again, we need to develop Rock Spring without residential development. Carve out the space that we're willing to allow developers to reimagine what can be done there, and then immediately apply for Green Acres. And then the following year, apply for Green Acres funding for Crestmont. Those three properties are about $35 million in real estate that the township owns, that we could significantly pay down that debt if we would just go in that direction. I think that's low-hanging fruit. And if we do that, not only will we get the revenue, but we'll forego having to pay the debt service. That's it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. Lot going on. First of all, I want to thank Rosary for letting me. I didn't even realize I felt bad about Leanne Zalino. Now, only she was advocate for the seniors, but also for the recycling center. She was a great advocate for our community, and I'm sorry to hear about her passing. And the same, my condolences to the Lieutenant Governor as well, and her family. A very strong lady, always enjoyable to listen to, very inspirational. And sorry, Councilwoman, I know you were close, and I know it hurts. With that, moving on to a lot of the comments. Thank you, everyone, for coming down this evening. You know, here it is August, and we don't have a budget passed this evening. It's been a tough year, which we knew coming into 2023 after finally coming out of COVID. Still the country's still not fully recovering from it, and getting hit with all sorts of supply chain issues and whatnot, inflation, and just a big mess. Everything's been this year all the way around. With that being said, when the budget first came out, with the 16.2, no secret, our CFO, we definitely gave him a hard time, because, it was never at 16.2. Revenues had to be applied the way, we can't apply them until we receive them, at least not so much the money in the bank, but the actual notification letters that we were in receipt of the revenues. All that has been calculated, and before you tonight, as CFO, Mr. Gross will present the budget. I think it's down to 5.82. Now, these numbers sound scary. That equates to, it's not $222 based on assessment of $300,000 for the year. So we're that, still don't want to, we'd love to have a zero raise, but because we had zero increases, this is kind of, we're playing catch up this year and paying the piper, which has been very frustrating for all. Sewer tax, a lot of great questions about that. Mr. Gross will be presenting a slide so we could dig deeper into that conversation. But we've all been committed. I'm going to echo my colleagues one more time of revisiting this in the fall. Mr. Gross stated the fall, we would revisit this and start working on it for next year. So we could get, we could find an equitable situation for all. And I look forward to those conversations when we have them. However, for today's purposes, again, we're just not happy that we had to raise what we raised. Mr. Gross, I am going to ask you to clarify the one question, because I do get it from a lot of residents, is why isn't the sewer fee rolled into the actual property tax? So when you explain, whether it's now or when you get to the slide during the presentation, you collaborate on that, especially for those who can take advantage of the senior freeze. you know, those folks are even more concerned of having that rolled into the property tax bill so they could take advantage of that as well. Sheila, you know, thank you for coming again tonight. As always, great questions. And yeah, we raised about almost $1 million in fees. And as Councilman said, you know, some will apply this year and next year we'll get the full benefit of that. But as far as the jitney goes, you know, I am not, if the council wants to, you know, go over and go through that exercise of charging a minimal fee, let's not forget property values in, although not everyone is utilizing the jitney, everyone is feeling the appreciation from the jitney. The homes are going for over $1 million in our township. I can't believe the property values and being involved in real estate, a lot of that's due to the jitney service and I hear folks in the back, but listen, it's the truth. We had the Realtor open house and that's one of the draws. We don't have a train station here, but we have the jitney service townwide. That doesn't mean I'm opposed to folks paying a fee for it, but also it has been enhancing our property values. Also, we're enabled to provide senior transportation because of the jitneys as well. So, but that's an exercise that the council, you know, I sit here and I write down a few things and they're all things, all items that we need to work on, you know, a study of Rock Spring, jitney service, service, garbage contract, got to redo the user fees for the sewer fees. And, you know, when I was sat on the school board, we would have goals for the superintendent and the administration. They do that every year. And one thing that you could, you know, they have to be obtainable and reasonable goals for them to achieve. These are all obtainable. These are all reasonable. But they can't do them all at once. They're all big projects, but they do need to get done. And I hope administration looks at each item and presents to us sooner than later. But again, they're all time consuming items and we have to be reasonable with our ask and identify a priority. And I think the sewer fee in the fall should get done right away, as well as we need to decide our support for the administration on Rock Spring. And that could be a workshop. I know I've been saying I'm willing to carve out the clubhouse as well as Northfield Avenue and nothing else. Again, we need to decide and let the administration know what our appetite is. So this way they can move forward and go through with the exercise. So again, we have to make a concerted effort to get on the same page because they could present something to us. And as we know, if we're not going to be supportive, it's all just a waste of time. So I think we should give them some parameters, what we could support, and then let them present back to us would be a reasonable exercise and hopefully a positive result for our township by all working together. The garbage contract, I was on the committee 5 years ago, and we actually worked with the Board of Education. We had, when I was on the school board, we had lined up their contract to expire the same time as the township. And we were all excited, especially me, that, you know, this is great. We're going to get bids. Who's not going to want both contracts? And, you know, the bid spec goes out. Our big spec is very complicated. This is our budget book this year, but this is, I think the bid spec was even thicker than this budget booklet. So, you know, we have a lot of privatized communities that are pass-throughs for the garbage companies. We have a lot of hills that are wear and tear on brakes and vehicles. And so, you know, not everyone, unfortunately, jumps to the opportunity to service our township. But needless to say, that doesn't mean this time around, we won't see more takers and presenters of their bids. Downtown, as Councilman said, it's no secret since last December, when the redevelopment agreement had expired, I was the first to jump in with, we need to have a plan B. And unfortunately now we're dealing with a writer's strike. This world's just crazy. Every time you turn on the news, something else occurs that is just crippling the nation. But that's affecting us here in West Orange with this project, but we need to move forward, and hopefully administration has an answer for us for the letter that we were copied on from the studio. And let's see, sewer fees, that's garbage. These Steadwells, thank you for coming down. And when we do talk about the capital budget, that's not tonight. That's for another night in, I guess, September, Mr. Gross. When would we be presented with capital budget?
Talk about that.
Oh, okay. So you are, you do have
Well, I'm
some.
not gonna present.
No, yeah, but the item, okay. So I know I was supportive of going through with the bond because we've been backed up with our streets and the paving, and each year, as much as we think we're saving money, but each year the costs are rising ridiculously. And administration would have to pick and choose of where, what streets would get done, wouldn't get done. But we're behind, and I think we need to accommodate and keep up with our scheduling, or we're gonna see a bigger issue next budget season. So the problem just doesn't go away. We're just keep it on the back burner is not too helpful. And Jitney, I think I covered this. Oh, Mr. Vickers with I think, there was talk of health inspectors monitoring, folks who are smoking the cannabis around town. And this is going to be a tough one. I know we were looking at, Mr. Key was looking at park inspectors. I think I'd rather go that route. I hope that is what occurs, and we're able to do so. Our police officers, from the state level are not allowed to engage, but we can write tickets. Hopefully we will, we have to do some sort of enforcement because we've been seeing too many issues throughout the township with the folks just in public spaces feeling that they can smoke cannabis. And we also need to have a better job with public awareness and in our schools. With that, I'm going to wrap it up there. Thank you everyone for speaking tonight. But I do want to congratulate our firefighters this evening and wish them well and safe tours. I want to thank all the commissioners for coming in this evening. And I know we have that time to take the time, and I know it's a busy night. We have a busy agenda. But it is important that we see all the great things that are happening around town and the volunteers and that take their time to give back to our community. So anyone looking to volunteer out there, always feel free. Please jump in and do so. It's a great town. We may have a lot of issues now and again, but there's a lot of great things going on. And before we wrap up before the end of the evening, I also want to congratulate Mr. Kaiser on his 24 years of service to this community. He has served this community with such great integrity and dignity. And I've had the honor of being able to work with him, not just my time here, but prior when I was on the school board. And just you're very caring, you're very thoughtful, and your impressive resume speaks volumes to the great representation that you have given this township. And you should be very proud. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser, for your years of service, and we definitely wish you well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Council President, may I have the floor? I just have some information for that I want to give to Mr. Gross before he gives a SOAR presentation. I know we talked about Kevin Malanga's comments and his questions, and I kind of have all of his questions from that email. He had asked how much money was received by the township in the sewer charges in 2022. He asked for a breakdown of the number of residential and the number of commercial units that made payments and the amount of revenue received by each. He asked how much money was paid to the joint meeting in 2022. He also asked how much money was actually spent on the sewer line maintenance in 2022, and where in the 2022 budget is that expenditure identified. He asked how much money will be received in sewer charges in 2023, with a breakdown of the number of residential units and the number of commercial units under the new methodology. How much will be paid to the joint meeting in 2023? How much is proposed to be spent on sewer line maintenance in 2023? And where in the 2023 budget is that proposed expenditure identified? And then he concluded with, for any excess between the amount of revenue from the sewer charge payments received and the amount that is paid to the joint meeting or proposed to be spent by the township on actual sewer line maintenance, please identify where that money is. Is it in the capital expenditure or where it goes?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Gross, at this time, we would like for you to have an option to respond to some of the questions, or we can go into the budget hearing because it may answer some of those questions in the budget hearing
I think
instead
a
of
little
being
both.
redundant.
I have some information for some specific questions.
Mhm.
And I also have a presentation that we'll be doing, which will also answer a number of questions.
Mhm.
I'm not saying we'll hit 100%, but at least I think we're gonna hit the good portion of them. Ms. Lefkowitz asked about fines last year. How much did we collect? We collected last year $58,258. The year before that was a little over 52,000. We're anticipating that 58,000 this year.
And what kind of fines are those? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
What type of fines?
These are the fine. These are court fines.
Okay.
Court fines. In terms of the garbage and recycling, we are actually expect to have I won't say it's the final draft, but near final draft of the RFP later this week, so that I can review it while I'm on vacation next week. We're also working on beginning the development of the recycling center RFP too, because like the council, we want to make sure that we get as many proposals and responses as possible. So we're all anxious for that. We know that that's it has been a difficult thing. There are a number there have historically been a limited number of players in that market. We think that has loosened up a little bit, and that there are maybe some more now than there have been in the past. So we think that there's a good chance that we'll get a decent response, especially with some of the options that we're looking at in the RFP process. Same thing with the recycling center. Councilman, you asked a question about the road grants and things of that nature. As I think was indicated, the county did give us some relaxation on the August response, as well as later in the year as well. But we were able to move forward with that project and get that taken care of, so there's no concern there. We will at the next meeting be presenting to the council a priority list of all of our capital needs, based on a priority of things that we think must be done now and right away, and then another list of items that we think are important and that are being requested. In addition, we're going to present you with a list of projects that have already been approved but not started, for your consideration, whether they are now in the priority number. And they possibly those could be reallocated debt service to minimize the amount of new debt that you issue. So we anticipate that will be presented to you at the next meeting in hopes to introduce ordinance or ordinances in early September. And that'll help us meet the other deadlines that we need to meet. I think everything else that I want to comment on, I'll do so during the presentation. But the first step is the amendment that is before you this evening. That amendment has two main factors that the mayor is asked us to put forward to you. One is additional aid that was received from the state of New Jersey to anticipate that into the budget. And the other is a little over $10 million in grants. So to the extent we need to clarify again, the grants issue, the grants do not impact, for the most part, the bottom line of the budget. If there are matches that can have an impact, in this budget, the matches are minimal. And when I say minimal, it's less than $50,000 out of the total 10 million. So it's really not, there's not a lot of a match built into this budget. So this is not having a negative impact in any significant matter on the tax rate. And certainly having over $10 million in grants that can be used for projects, and the nature of grants are, it's not our OE, it's not our everyday expenses. It's things above and beyond the everyday expenses. So that $10 million is a significant number for us, and we're really pleased about that. The amendment, the net of this amendment is bringing the tax rate increase down from the 6.74 to 5.8%. The administration highly recommends adoption of the amendment. We're certainly here to answer any questions you have about it. One of the things about amendment, the archaic part of New Jersey law is while you don't have to read your budget anymore, although in some towns they still do, amendments still have to be read in total. So this evening, I'm going to ask Stephanie Santana, our Deputy Finance Officer, tonight to take over. This will be the first one I haven't read in 32 years. So Stephanie, if you wouldn't mind to read that into the record for this evening, you come up to the dais.
Do we need to open the budget hearing before the amendment?
You already did budget hearing.
I didn't, I have a whole thing here that I'm supposed to say that I haven't said yet. We haven't opened the.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I misunderstood. I thought I heard. Okay, well, no.
All right.
This, we can do this first and then you can do the budget hearing.
No, I have to do the budget hearing first and then the amendment according to the.
The amendment is separate from the budget hearing. They're not connected.
Okay.
It has its own, it will have its own hearing the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you would prefer to do the hearing first, I'm fine with that. You can open it up, then we can go into it. I'm fine with that process.
I don't have to delay Stephanie all night long, so if you would like to go ahead and do your amendment, certainly let's do that. And then you can stay or remain at your pleasure, not because you have to. Thank you. And for the public, this is our, again, Deputy Finance Director.
Yes, the Deputy Finance Officer, Stephanie Santana.
Thank you. So for the 2023 budget amendment number 1, be it resolved that the Township Council of the Township of West Orange does hereby approve this amendment to the 2023 introduced budget. So the general revenues, miscellaneous revenues, section B, state aid without offsetting appropriations, anticipated from and to watershed aid from $0 to $5,217. Consolidated municipal property tax relief aid from $4,691,252 to $4,723,680. The energy receipt tax from 5,000 to 1720. The municipal tax relief fund of 2022 from 0 to $489,428. Municipal tax relief fund of 2022 from $0 to $301,301.93. Then miscellaneous revenue, section F, special items of general revenues anticipated. The Bulletproof Vest Partnership from $0 to $8,882.50. The Recycling Tonnage Grant from $0 to $61,179.36. The Essex County Cares Grant from $0 to $15,370.65. COVID-19 Vaccine Supplemental Grant from $0 to $9,245.26. The New Jersey American Grant from $0 to $8,190.60. Queens Community Grants, anticipated $0 and then anticipated to $81,567.89. Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over Grant from $0 to $10,920. NJ Forestry Grant from $0 to $11,900. Partners for Health Grant from $0 to $10,000. The consent of Director of Local Government Services, Public and Private Grants revenues total from $0 to $10,660,398.18. Miscellaneous revenue, total section B, state aid without offsetting appropriations from $4,696,469 to $5,519,626.93. Total section F, special items of general revenues anticipated from $0 to $10,660,398.18. Total miscellaneous revenues from $25,771,493.30 to $37,255,049.41. Subtotal of the general revenues of items 1, 2, and 3 from $31,396,721.14 to $42,880,277.25. Amount to be raised by taxation for support of the municipal budget. Item A, local tax for municipal purpose, including the reserve for uncollected taxes from $64,960,039.47 to $64,382,191.76. Total amount to be raised by taxation for supporting the municipal budget from $67,309,654.58 to $66,731,806.87. Total general revenues is from $98,706,375.72 to $109,612,084.11. General appropriations. From and to automated license plate recognition technology from $0 to $63,513. Partners for Health from $0 to $10,000. COVID-19 vaccination supplemental funding of 2022 from 0 to 135,000. Clean Communities Program app appropriation reserves from 0 to 81,567.89. Drive sober or get pulled over from 0 to 10,920. NNJACCHO grant from 0 to 215,724. American Rescue Plan PPE grant from 0 to 35,000. Bulletproof Vest partnership from 0 to $8,882.50. Recycling tonnage from 0 to $67,669. 2022 budget modification for 2022 state community partnership from 0 to 4,800. Essex County delinquency grant from 0 to 24,000. The OLPH strengthening local public health capacity grant from 0 to 50,000. The OLPH 2023, the strengthening local public health capacity grant from 0 to 274,735. Municipal Alliance grant from 0 to 31,202.31. Municipal Alliance match from 0 to $5,895.20. COVID-19 vaccine supplemental grant from 0 to $9,245.26. The strengthening local public health from 0 to $195,582. The Essex Cares grant from 0 to $15,370.65. The NJ Forestry grant from 0 to 11,900. The recycling tonnage grant from 0 to $61,179.36. The National Opioid Settlement grant from 0 to $44,322.36. The New Jersey American grant from 0 to $8,190.60. Total public and private program offsetting by revenues from 0 to $1,364,699.13. Total operations excluding from caps from $9,349,362.67 to $10,714,061.80. Salary and wages from $79,363 to $723,567.40. Other expenses from $9,269,999.67 to $9,876,802.08. This is for the capital improvement excluding from the caps. DOT MA 2023, Colonial Woods, Dr. Malkin Avenue and Morris Road from 0 to $580,870. DOT Walker Road and Roney Circle from 0 to $1 million. DOT Washington Street Road Improvement Project Phase 2 project from 0 to $707,000. The HUD O'Connor Park reconstruction from 0 to $1,158,810. The HUD Degnan Park Senior Citizens Park Improvement Project from 0 to $250,000. The Hazardous Discharge Site Remediation Fund from 0 to $3,330,360. The Green Essex Partners from 0 to $2,274,554.25. The total capital improvements excluding from the caps, it went from 500,000 to 9,801,594.25. The municipal debt excluded from the cap, the interest on bonds from 919,302.50 to 974,462.50. Interest on notes from 2,828,285.96 to 3,017,914.96. The total municipal debt service excluded from the caps from 9,162,380.40 to 9,407,169.40. Total general appropriations for municipal purpose excluded from the caps from 20,075,366.47 to 30,986,448.85. Subtotal general appropriations from 96,349,83.30 to 107,260,165.68. Reserve for uncollected taxes from 2,357,292.42 to 2,351,918.43. Total general appropriations from 98,706,375.72 to 109,612,84.11. Summary of appropriations from private and public programs offset by revenues from 0 to 1,364,699.13. Total operations excluded from the caps from 9,349,362.67 to 10,714,061.80. Capital improvement fund from 500,000 to 9,801,594.25. Municipal debt service, 9,162,380.40 to 9,407,169.40. Reserve for uncollected taxes from 2,357,292.42 to 2,351,918.43. Total general appropriations from 98,706,375.72 to 109,612,084.11. Done.
So I had a couple questions before you sit down. I'm sorry. Just for the public, can you define caps?
I'm sorry.
For the public, can you define caps? CAPS, caps.
Okay. There are certain expenditures that are controlled by the legislature, that the legislature tells the municipality there are certain limitations on beyond which you can't spend. And so that's considered a cap. That's a spending cap. So this all part of this. There's a number of caps that we have. That's one of them. We also have a cap on the amount to be raised by taxation. Again, it's based on certain limitations that the legislature puts in place.
And then another question I had was regarding the hazardous discharge site remediation fund.
Yes.
What is that exactly?
That's basically a fund that grant that we're receiving to do toxic cleanups.
At what site?
That's over on Valley,
Thank you.
our site on Valley.
Okay. Colleagues, did you have any questions regarding the amendments before we move on?
I did.
Councilwoman Castellino?
So Mr. Gross, so Washington Street Improvement Plan Phase 2, so we got the 707,000. Where's the Phase 1 monies? We haven't spent that yet, like we haven't.
Well, that's not paid. You're talking about the the federal monies that we got.
Did you receive
over
that yet? Or?
That we haven't spent that
Yeah,
yet. We
yeah,
haven't
yeah.
been approved to spend it yet. It was appropriated in the previous year.
That's what I thought. So now we have this chunk.
Yes.
So when will all that be able to
The
get
pro-
approved? for
I can't tell
spending?
you tonight that they'll be done together because they're on different timeframes.
Okay,
The federal government requirements, and this is a state government requirement. So if there's any way we can do them together, we certainly would want to, but I can't tell you tonight that they will. be done.
I also know that the design plans they weren't finalized.
That's
before Mr. Lepore left, so I just want to make sure that downtown has input in the final design plan on Washington, that's all.
I don't.
And what
the-
kind
the-
of
the federal-
schedule?
I don't think the federal program's that far along, to be honest with
Yeah, I
you.
know.
That's whereas this will go very fast. That's why I'm not certain that we'll pull them off at the same time.
Okay.
But I'll review with engineering to see, at least where it stands now.
Okay, good, because we were looking forward to that. And then O'Connor Park reconstruction. So I remember there was a bigger piece that
There's a
was
couple pieces
presented,
that-
that
yeah.
was presented on, all of it was approved.
Well, there's $1
or-
million one and there's a
Yeah.
$250,000.
Okay,
So
and has any of that project started yet, or?
now the 250 will probably be done though this year or next year, early next year.
And then Dagnet Park. I know-
Anything that's federal is going to be longer. They're just the requirements for the federal program is just the homework that has to be done up front is a lot. And then we have to wait for the funds to get available.
And then my last question, so Colonial Woods Drive, this is a DOT grant, which I get in that area. But was a developer's bond ever released up on the new Colonial Woods Drive site? The new neighborhood? There was, I remember Mr. Lepore, there was a developer's bond.
I think one was completed. I don't think the second one is, but I can check on that. tomorrow.
Because I know they had to check some boxes with tree planting and some other
Mhm.
road improvements.
Yep, I don't think the second one is completed yet.
Okay, all right, I'll send you an email. Just
There's
to
2
remind you
phases
to
of that.
Let us know when that's all going to be done. Thank you, Council President. Sorry.
No problem. Any other colleagues have questions regarding the amendment?
Council President, I do. Just curious why the switch, I'm gonna just start at the beginning, work my way through. The 5217, it is now under Consolidated Municipal Property Tax Relief Aid. It was under Energy Receipts Tax. Is that not the same 5217 or is that the same?
It's the same 5217. It was just on the wrong line. So
Oh,
it was
okay.
just an error correction.
It's not like you switched it from one program to another.
No,
Okay.
no, that was just a simple clerical error. Some of the other switches are based on the division of local government services changed the way that they wanted us to address extra money that we got last year. So we ended up having to rearrange some of that stuff. So.
Got it. This 10.6 million in public and private revenues, or those are the grants that you're referencing. Do we have a list of those? Can you provide that to us, like what that's comprised of?
Yeah, if you go down to the next section under the appropriations,
That's this.
they're all identified.
Under 8?
Yes, I believe it is 8.
That doesn't add up to 10 million though. I mean, I don't know what it adds up to, but.
You're going, let me get the section to tell you to go to. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, under section 8 and then there's a further section for the DOTs. So there's 2 different sections there. Number one, I can provide you with a.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be right now.
list
If you.
So that you know what that is, sure.
Thank you.
I can do that, but it is all in here. They're just in different sections because the capital, the road programs are capital grants, so they go into different sections than the regular grants.
And then that leads into my next question. So this is not part of the capital budget. Is this part of the capital budget?
It will become part of it will become part of the the capital budget. So to the extent that there are ordinances that will require these funds to be combined with capital funds, that they may get pulled into the capital ordinance. But if they are, they're fully funded, so they're not, I mean, this is a technical thing. I mean, these are fully funded because they're grants. So if they get pulled into an ordinance, it doesn't increase the debt. So it's
Right, that was my question, because you said it's like less than 50,000 in matching funds. That's not going to change.
No.
If it's okay. And then Green Essex Partners, what is that?
Green Essex Partners, those are the funds that we got from the closing of the Essex Partners, the Executive Drive project.
So that's money that we receive from them?
It's for the library, it's for the dog park.
Got you. I think that's it for me.
Yeah. So just so the public knows, that was 2.2 million.
I have one more question on this. I just don't know what NJACCHO, what does that stand for?
Nacho.
Nacho.
It's a health department grant.
Okay. So that's what we're gonna call it, Nacho?
It's some acronym that
No, it's all right.
nobody knows.
That's good enough.
I mean, I could read
Should be
it.
No, that's good enough. I'm good with Nacho.
You're never gonna remember it.
There should be a test on
It's
that.
Health Department grant. That's good enough. That's it for me, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Gross. Thank you, Ms. Santan.
Yes, go ahead.
Just on the recycling tonnage, I wanted to understand how it works in terms of the whole garbage thing. Does that like reduce our cost by that much on the garbage? Or over, no?
Can't use it for that.
Okay, what is it used for? How it?
Special projects. So
Such as?
if for instance, if we decide to go out and do a cleanup in a neighborhood, we can use it for that, but we can't use it for our regular everyday stuff.
Anything else?
Has it been
Cleanup?
allocated? Do you have projects listed for that recycling tonnage already?
No. It's one of those grants, it's a struggle to use. I mean, we always manage to use it, but it's a struggle. I mean, you have to work at using it. Because
So
there's
what
certain,
have we used it for in the past? Just so I understand what what.
well, like I said, special cleanups. If we go out to do, we go out, we identify an area that is that we need to send, crews out to do a special cleanup on it because of the circumstance. We do that.
Would this be like one of the projects where they do a cleanup in a designated area, one of the streams or something in the community? Is that considered a
That's
special
usually
cleanup?
clean community.
That's clean
Use-
community,
use
okay.
Clean
Would it
community
be
for
like the
that.
environmental center where I know we had some cleanup we had to do there at the environmental
It's-
center
it's-
at one point?
It's very factual. I don't want to say yes or no on a theoretical because it's very fact oriented about what we're allowed to spend it on. Again, it's one of those, it is not part of our normal everyday operations, so it doesn't get spent as part of our everyday operations. We have to do special projects or we have to identify the needs. Sometimes, for doing, in the old days, we used to do flyers, to neighborhoods about this or that, which just caused more litter, but the cost of the flyers could be paid for out of a program like this.
Okay, so
it's
there's a
just-
wide range of
yeah.
things you can use it for.
Are there some specs that you can send to us so we can understand it better?
Nah, it's hard for even me to understand. I mean, the answer is, of course, there's specs I can send you, but it's not going to clear it up for you because a lot of it is these programs have developed over history and you go to the directors of the programs will basically give an edict, say, okay, this is what you can do with this money, and then you can do it. It's not as clean as you might like it to be.
I'd appreciate it anyway, but I do appreciate your explanation.
That's where it goes. I want to understand what this stuff is.
Any more questions?
No, that's good.
Okay, thank you. So I think that will complete the amendment and
We have a resolution.
I'm
sorry.
getting there. I'm getting there. I think that completes the information regarding the amendment. And now I would like to, oh, yes.
Hold on, are we gonna get a final copy and?
Can we deal with the amendment first and then we can go into the budget? Thank you. All right. So on the amendment, I move for the acceptance of the amendment to the budget.
So moved.
Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Now I'd like to go into the procedure for the public hearing for the municipal budget 2023. The meeting will now come to order and the clerk will call the roll at 9:37 PM.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
This is the time fixed for the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution for 2023. The budget was introduced on first reading by the Township Council on June 13th, 2023, was advertised as required on July 22nd, 2023, together with the notice of hearing for this time.
Before opening this hearing, I wish to outline the procedure. Each person desiring to be heard will rise and give his or her name and address before speaking. I will recognize one speaker at a time in order of rising as nearly as I can determine. Address all questions to the chair. Where necessary, they will be referred to individual members of the governing body or municipal officials. Questions must be confined solely to the municipal budget before us. School or county matters are not proper subjects of this hearing and cannot be discussed or answered here tonight. I move for the motion to open the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution of 2023.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes. Thank you. Are there, at this time, can we take the budget presentation from Mr. Gross and then we will have questions from the public after they've seen or reviewed the
It's
presentation?
entirely up to you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gross.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I have for you a short presentation this evening. A number of these slides you've seen before, but I think it adds context. But I wanted to go through it and I think we'll answer a lot of questions that came up tonight. This is about municipal government. This is, what we do on a day in, day out basis is all based on our budget. Our budget is our plan and we plan to budget. And so this is our process. We're always trying to do more with less. One of the things I preach about is that as good managers are always trying to do the same or better services for less money. And so that is a conflict. Those are conflicts that we juggle. And because, frankly, the overwhelming, on a basis, our public wants more services and they want to pay less money. And so it's difficult for us and for you to go through this process, as you know, getting to the point where we are now. We have more than 47,000, up to about 48,000 now, 14,000 households, and about 500 commercial and industry property owners. We have over 100 miles of roadway and sewers, with 12.2 square miles, 100-acre parkland and township-owned properties. This is important because we tend to think of ourselves as this quaint little town, and we are, but we're a city, and we have city problems, and we have to deal with things on that level. This is a big town, and so while we think of ourselves as more of a mom and pop, we're not, and we really have to acknowledge that when we go through this process, because we have different needs in different areas of the community that we have to address, and we have to address them differently because of those differences. We're also a full service town. This is a list of some of the services that we provide. And when you compare our services to any other town, there are always services that we provide that other towns don't. And it's very rare that you find a service that another town provides that we don't. So that goes to this concept that we are much larger than we want to be or imagine ourselves to be sometimes. We are also very, one of the things key here is the quality of our services. We focus on that all the time. It's not just, putting something out there, but we strive to make sure that the level of service that we provide is more than just adequate, but is what's needed for the circumstance. Over the years, despite the fact that we provide all these services, we have managed to have the lowest tax rate increase over the last 12, probably now 13 years. And we've done that over time. And we've spoke about this before of the previous administration's policies where the dollar was best left in the taxpayer's pocket and not in the township's pocket. So we ended up using reserves oftentimes to keep the tax rate low, to minimize the impact on our taxpayers. So this is a slide of where the taxes go. And this year, the total amount of taxes is estimated now to be $252,584,252. Of which almost 155 of that is for the Board of Ed. About 30 million for the county, and $2 million for the library, $500,000 for open space, and 64,382 for the township, and that's about a quarter. So the township's portion of the tax bill this year is 26%. It usually hovers between 25 and 26%. Our portion, the municipal portion of the budget, is broken down in terms of what we control. This is an interesting slide. Our personnel costs this year are $76,000. So 76,000 out of 109,000 is personnel. I'm sorry. Million. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Million. 76. I'm sorry. I apologize. So our fixed costs are 19 million. That's just things we can't control, that they are what they are. We have our grants this year, 10,666,000. So all of our other expenses, the amount of money that we actually in theory control, is 2,931,000. Now, when you go through that, and you've done this, you go through that 2,931,000, you find out that you don't really have much choice about that number as well. You might, around the edges, might be able to impact somewhat, but it's not. You can't come in red line and take $3 million out of this budget, and continue to provide the service, the same level of service that we provide to our residents. This is the list of changes in this year's budget. It's very similar to the one we did back in April. It's changed a little bit. Contractual salaries are up $1 million. Pension costs 1.2 million. Debt service up $1 million. Garbage and recycling up $1 million. Fire hydrant service up 200,000. COVID back pay $750,000, and the $5 million loss of revenue. And we started off in this budget with basically a $10 million shortfall.
You have 11 at the top?
Yeah, I apologize. That's a typo. That's kind of changed since we last. That was the header when I did it the first time. I didn't see that when I was editing it, so I apologize. This is a chart we saw before, and I talked a little bit before about how we put our surpluses and our reserves in to minimize the impact of taxes on the property owner. And the top line, the blue line, is the budget. The bottom line is our taxes. And if you go back 23 years, and you can see the difference between these numbers has grown dramatically over time. And that's because the costs have gone up faster than the taxes have. And that, from the taxpayer's point of view, that's been a good thing. The only way you do that is you have to pour your savings into it. Find other alternatives, but then it's also pouring your savings into it. And someday your savings run out. This is a similar chart, basically the same thing starting at zero. So you can see over time how this is, how it is shifted. Whereas, it came to, in 2012, they came together. So that basically there was an equal change. And then over time it is developed. The bottom line is that we have over time done our best to minimize the impact on the taxpayer. And in that process, we've come to the point this year where the reserves that we have wouldn't continue to offset the cost of running government. So how do we attack this problem? There's basically three ways. We've all talked about this in numerous meetings. You have the cut appropriations, new or added revenues, or use reserves. In terms of cutting the appropriations, first thing you look at is the biggest thing here is your salary and wage lines, your personnel costs. And to make any substantive cut into this, you have to make the cut in personnel. And then when you start looking at the department operations and what they do, you say, well, geez, what's it cost us to run a department? Well, run your police department, it costs you $14 million to run the police department. You have $14 million in debt service, you have $13 million to run the fire department. Or $12 million, I'm sorry, to run the fire department. You can't cut out a whole department. You have to say, well, how do you look at that? So then you try to break it down by the actual services that the individual departments run and try to attribute what those costs are. When you start looking at these lists of services, it's really difficult to look at service there that you might want to eliminate. Might be able to, again, we talked a little bit earlier about making changes around the edges, but without really eliminating major service levels, it's really difficult because especially when you get away, once you get past the top 10, you're talking about the 2, 3, 1% of your taxes for these individual services, and everybody has a different interest in these services. So it's a difficult. But the point of this is it's a difficult process, and it's difficult to identify where everybody says, well, why don't you just make cuts? It's really difficult to make those determinations of where you can make cuts because there's so many interests in this town, and there's so many people that want these, that are looking for these different services, or these services, these are expenses that support other services. The second page is the follow-up. You get even further down. It's really the actual services are a small amount of money of a resident's taxes. So it is a daunting thing that you've been through here to get to where you are. And so you went through and cut 17 open and full-time positions, not from anybody that was working here, but they were open. You postponed 10 promotions. And then you went through and cut OE. The total amount of that cut was 981,000. And that's that difference in that other slide. About. So after that, the thing with Ned was new or added revenues. These are a little bit out of order. I apologize. Just wanted to show you that our this year our TO is actually down 2 from where it was the past few years. And that's not because we eliminated a position again in anybody's job, but there were jobs that we just didn't fill. And you can see the trending of our personnel costs this year kind of evened off a little bit. And that's a direct impact on the cuts that the council made. So going back, new and added revenues this year, the council identified $3.5 million of new recurring revenues. And with this year's budget has $823,000 in additional state aid. Now that,
Not million, right?
I'm sorry,
823 million in addition.
0.8.
point,
Oh, 0.8,
point
okay.
eight. Yeah, it's 823,000. So that $3.5 million is $2.5 million of that is the sewer fees, and then $1 million of other identified either adjustments, which hadn't been done in 20 years, or other new revenues that you've established. Let's talk a little bit about the sewer system analysis. I'm going to say it again. What we're trying to accomplish, one of the things we're trying to accomplish here is trying to move the cost from the total cost of running the sewer system from the taxpayer to the users. And we'll talk about who those are different in a minute. So our actual treatment costs are this year are 3.3, almost $3.4 million. The amortized improvement cost, the cost to actually maintain, build, improve our system, which is done through debt service. So there's no specific line that says this, but throughout our debt service, the amount of improvements that we put in over 50 years, we're paying for. The taxpayer has been paying for. And when we do the calculations of that, it comes out to about $5.5 million is the amortized cost on that. Our day-to-day maintenance is a little over $1 million. So our total annual cost is 9.86. I'm sorry, that should be a comma. 9,866,780. That's our projected annual cost. And again, there's no line item that's going to show you that. You're going to the day-to-day, there are line items that I can point to. There's salary and wages. There's the crews that work, and we have about a $70,000 line that's actually labeled sewer. But this is our extrapolation of what our costs are.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
So does that mean this 5.4 million is a non-cash charge?
It's a cash charge. We're paying it. It's
So
just
there's-
not identified as, so you've got debt service payments that either are accruing, they're not necessarily paying this year, but they're accruing. You've got we got $14 million of debt for the joint meeting over the last 10 years, right? That we haven't even started to pay yet, but that's accruing to us. We have to account for that, so that's all going to be part of our cost.
So, and this is because I've gotten this question a bunch, and that's, why I'm asking. I don't actually know the answer. This is not a setup. It's not a gotcha. So though there are specific bonds we've taken out over the course of time to improve or replace parts of the sewer or pump stations in town that we can point to that are still in our debt service that we're still paying as of today.
Yes, we can do it. If you're asking me, can we go back and actually find each and every line? Probably not, because what happens with a bond is when you go along with a bond, it's no longer tied to a specific bond ordinance. It has a life of its own. So I don't know that we can go back, but we feel very confident in this. When we go through and looked at what it actually, 112 miles of pipe in the street, what it costs to replace it and to maintain it and to pay the interest charges on it. This is a good number.
So and I'm not questioning that. What I think would be helpful for some of the folks that have at least reached out to me, and some have reached out to you too. I've seen some of those emails. Are there any recent bond issues we can point to? Because I know we're doing some stuff at the joint
I got
meeting.
14 million I can put.
So then
Yeah.
let's do that. Let's just,
Yeah.
so that, I think that will put to bed some, obviously not all, but some of the questions and concerns around the difference between what we've been charging and what we're charging now. And I think it's worth repeating one more time your explanation around how some other towns don't charge at all. They just wrap it in the taxes.
Some towns put it all in the taxes, and the next slide, we'll talk about why that's not a good idea. But you can put it all in the taxes and you just don't have to deal with it. Or there are other towns that have pulled it, what the direction we're going is pulling it all out. So that the users are actually paying for it. So let me finish this slide and then we can go to that. So the 9.6, last year we collected $7 million. This year we're going to collect about 9.6, so that $2.5 million difference. So we're going to be pretty much fully funded starting now. And then moving forward, the only time we're going to shift is when we project that our costs are actually going to increase.
So one more thing on that.
Sure.
So because you have these, well, the line item here is, amortized improvement costs, sewer system and pump stations. That makes it difficult, or at least I guess you gotta take that into consideration when you go to the usage-based model. Because the usage is only the 3.3 million.
No, usage has nothing to do with it. The usage is how we raise in the 9.8 or the 9.6 million. So they're not, it's not, because the usage model is just a mechanism to make it fair to how you're going to collect the $10 million.
So you're going to, based on flow, decide what portion of the 5.4 users are paying.
No, the users are going to pay the whole 9.8, 9.9.
Well, so just so that if the total cost is 9.9, we've got day-to-day maintenance of $1.1 million, we've got 5.4 for the amortized improvements, and then we've got a fee we pay to the joint meeting to process the flow.
Right.
The number, when we switch to a usage-based model, the number that you're going to use is the flow.
No, I'm not using that flow.
So what
usage base is water. So the idea that look, we've talked about this before. None of these are perfect. Okay. What we've done historically is charge everybody exactly the same. And this year we took the baby step and used bedrooms as an indicator. It's a fair indicator in many circumstances where the more bedrooms you have, the more people you have, and therefore the higher usage. It's a reasonable way to look at it, but there are always exceptions, and there's people that are living alone in a big house, and they're going to say, and that rightfully so, that they're not being treated equitably, and they're right. But when you go to a water usage, depending on what time of year you measure that water usage, you may or may not get the right numbers for that as well. So you certainly don't want to take it in the summer, because that's when the water's not going in the sewer. That's when the water's going on the lawns and into the pools. So you don't want to use that. So usually you use the November, December, January numbers. And there's some arguments that that's not fair. So you're always going to have something that's going to happen, but that's a portion. In other words, if you use more water than I do, then you're going to pay a higher portion of that $10 million.
Right. So I just want to be clear, because I was not on the usage-based model. I thought you were basing it on the flow that the joint meeting received. You're basing it on the input of the water from New Jersey American Water, how much water each house or each dwelling unit is using.
Right, because we can't measure
the flow to joint.
We can measure the flow to them.
Yeah.
We can't measure who contributed to that flow.
Gotcha.
So we can't use the flow.
No, I understand that. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bruce.
So So who are not taxpayers that are the users? Hospitals, private schools, properties with pilot payments, tax exempt not-for-profit organizations, state and federal government agencies. They all pay sewer fees to us. If we did the reverse and put everything into the taxes, these entities would not contribute to any at all. And the taxpayer would pick up their burden that they're using. So the contrary to that is true as well. If we didn't move the full cost of operating the sewer system out of the tax base into the fee, the taxpayer would still be paying some of their expenses.
Do we have any idea of what percentage we're capturing of
Yeah,
of the nonprofits and such?
It's probably somewhere between 5 and 10% total.
Okay.
So on a 500, you're talking maybe $30 to $60 per user difference.
Mhm.
So it's significant.
Now, it doesn't say public schools. Are public schools paid?
No, we don't charge our schools, and we don't charge the county. Interesting thing about the county is, the reason we don't charge the county is because at some point in the past, when we put through our major lines, we had to go through county property. And part of the cost of the easement was as that they got service in perpetuity. So
Nice. And we don't charge the Board of Ed does not pay, so I mean, we'll be just paying,
Yeah.
it's coming from the same.
well,
Well, we pay
it's certainly,
school
that
tax.
is a taxpayer use, so it's probably fair that be divvied up by taxes, right? Because it's not it's
All right.
I could make the argument either way, but I don't think it's unfair.
Got it. Thank you.
So this is a snapshot, but I think it's a reasonable snapshot to look at, to understand why this is an important thing, this concept of putting it all in taxes or not. You have a large portion of users here that you wouldn't get any revenue from. Yes.
And just quick question, and this also applies to the SID assessment for downtown, because I know we get a good portion from the SID from the Edison Lofts.
Well, the SID doesn't, you would think because it might be kind of like a pilot payment, but it's not, because it's not replacing their taxes. It's the SID
No, but
sets
we
with an
get-
addition too.
yeah.
So they're not really,
The same concept, that's why it's
Yeah.
not rolled into the
Yes.
tax bill, because
Yes.
then they,
yes.
then would be piloted. Got it.
Any questions on this?
Now let's just keep going and then we'll
Okay.
take questions to the end.
And then the last, there's 1.266 million of reserves to offset taxes this year.
Excuse me, there was a question on the reserves. Why should there be reserves? And I know the League of Municipalities always preaches, what is that ratio? There should be a percentage that you should keep in reserves. And I know it.
Yeah, we talked about that before. It's again, 7% 7% of the municipal budget. And I think it was 3% of the total tax levy. So it ended up being right around $7 million. And our reserves are about $7 million. So we were spot on, right? Not too much, not too little. So in 2023, the municipal budget, including the amendment presented tonight, for a home valued at 300,000, which will be a 5.8% increase in the amount to be raised by taxes. I'll see a $222 increase this year in their taxes. So I'll entertain any questions or.
I wanted to know, thank you, Mr. Gross, for the presentation. We appreciate your hard work, effort, and commitment to the reduction that was presented when we first started the 2023 budget process. Question regarding some of the slides. I wanted to have an answer. How many active pilots do we have currently in West Orange?
You're talking about pilots Well, there's two different kind of pilots.
Okay.
We have senior citizen housing pilots. And I think there's 5 or 6 of those. I can get you the exact number, but we only have one development pilot right now that's active.
And that is,
The loss.
The Edison Lofts.
What was the increase on that from last year to this year?
Sorry.
I guess it's not fair to ask you this question off the top of your head unless you know the answer. You're pretty good like that, but what was the increase from their contribution from last year to this year?
Well,
How much did it go up?
this year is very significant because last year their calculation was based on not having a full occupancy. They have full occupancy now. So now we made up,
With
we
the
got
commercial
the full
spaces,
occupancy
yeah.
this year, plus the difference for last year. So it's a true up. So this year it's significant.
Good.
I mean, it's hundreds of thousands more. Hundreds of
Nice.
thousands more. And I told you that something this, there is another pilot, which is kind of half and half, has a lot of senior housing in it, but it has non-senior houses. And that's one of Mr. Albert's projects
Mhm.
that we have now. And that is about 300,000, which we get from this project.
Which one is that?
Mike,
Mr. Allen?
microphone, Mr.
The Alfred project.
Yes,
Microphone. We didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Mr. Albert's project, I think it's,
The one on Valley Mitchell, that one?
yeah, off of Central,
Yeah,
off Central.
the Harvard.
No, that's
Harvard one, the new one that he's building.
the new one.
And then there will be one at Executive Drive, and there may be one, another, the new, whatever we.
There's one
do.
approved at Executive Drive.
And then there may be something done on Main Street for what would have been phase 2 of Edison Lofts.
Well, whatever happens.
Whatever happens.
Whatever happens there now, yeah.
Right. But that pilot will have to be renegotiated, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, everything starts over.
And what about Essex Green? I know that is not a pilot, but when will that new assessment take place for all their renovations?
Well, commercial is not like real estate. It's not like when you add an addition to your house that you get a new assessment. Because commercial is for the most part, is based on
Amortized over.
profit and loss.
Right.
So as the business conditions change,
Yeah.
that's when you'll start seeing that. So,
But Essex Green is
Yeah.
not a pilot.
No, it's
sorry.
not.
No, it is
It's
not.
Essex Green
That's
is
what I said.
not a pilot.
That's
It is
correct.
not, so. But the stores are filling up, so obviously
profit and loss. So,
profit
you
and
know,
loss
so,
is improving.
over time.
Okay.
Now, about to do the reval, and that's going to have an impact as well.
Councilwoman Gabor Michael.
Question, when you, in the beginning, were going over the budget, you referenced roads and parks, maintenance and services, second slide. Does that include county roads and parks or just municipal roads and municipal parks when you had the acreage and? some
We're talking about our costs.
No, you had a slide up here. It said.
100
budget maintenance
miles.
Services, and had 100 miles of roads and I think 100
That's
acres.
our roads. No, that's just our road.
Municipal
Yes,
roads, and same
yes.
thing with parks,
Yeah.
just municipal parks?
Yes.
Okay,
We have way more than 100 acres.
No, 100 miles of
No,
road.
Parks.
parks,
I don't think I said 100
You
acres.
didn't
I think the slide said 100 acres, over 100.
that's what I thought.
It is over 100, but it's a
Yeah.
lot. Because Rock Springs 140, you got Crestmont, you got all of the.
Yeah, I bet, and I guarantee you that was before the acquisitions.
Okay, I just wanted,
That's an old, I said it was a previous slide. I'm sure it probably needs to
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, we're probably over 200 acres that we have to
Um,
maintain and allocate budget for. So
it's okay. Sewer fee. I thought the revenue was 3.1 million. Didn't we talk about that here when we were calculating?
Well, we
2.5.
we did, we
3.1.
calculated that. And then when we actually, just like anything else, when you take it and you apply it to the real world files and records, the distribution wasn't,
3.5.
didn't work, didn't work out to that.
Okay,
Now, I still may be a little conservative in my estimates, but not that big difference.
Just wondering, 'cause I
Yeah.
remember that 3.1
Yeah.
million number. And that's it.
Turned out some of the numbers we were looking at were multiple units. So there was, it didn't come out to exactly the same
Got it.
apportionment. For what we did that night, that worked fine. But
Thanks for explaining. That's it. That's all I have.
Are there any questions from the public? I'd like to open it up to the public at this time. There's no one in council chambers for public comment. Mr. Fagan, is there anyone on the Zoom audience for public comment regarding the budget?
Yes, there is. Kevin Malanga, welcome to the meeting. State your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Kevin Malanga, Ridge Road. Good evening again, Council President, members of the council, and Mr. Gross. I have a few questions. Council President, should I simply ask all my questions, or should I ask a question and wait for an answer? And do I have the opportunity for a follow-up?
If you would just ask your questions, and then we will respond, and then probably no for follow-up.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gross, the $5.4 million that is expended on sewer maintenance, could you please explain what percentage of the debt service that expenditure is? My next question is, what percentage of homes are valued at $300,000 so that we can have a clearer understanding as to what the average increase is going to be for West Orange residents? And could you please explain to me, at least, and perhaps to the public, why a usage-based system of sewer assessment would be considered more fair, when I would contend that the charge that we receive from the Board of Education is not usage-based. If we don't have any children in the public school system, we nevertheless pay the full amount that someone else does who does have children in the system. Those are my questions. Thank you.
I'm Mr. Malanga, just for clarity, if you don't mind, your third question, I didn't understand. So if you could.
I understood.
You did? Okay. Okay. I think Mr. Gross does understand, and he's going to respond.
I think I can explain it to him. At least I think I understood. What Mr. Malanga is talking about is, this is an age-old debate. Is it progressive or regressive? A user charge, the person who's actually using it pays for it, regardless of their ability to pay. And in a progressive formula, then it's based on ability to pay, not on usage. So that's pure philosophy. And everybody, there are a lot of people have a different opinion about that. In terms of, if you determine that it's used, if it's based on your ability to pay, and if you believe that property tax system in New Jersey is a progressive system, which I personally don't think it is, but if that were the case and you wanted to do progressive, you could fold it all in there and you would accomplish that. I'm not sure you do that in New Jersey's system, because I think New Jersey's system is based on the value of your property, not your ability to pay. So that I think that's what he was getting, and that's a philosophical thing. So I'll leave that to the council to determine that, because that's policy.
Okay.
Well, my understanding, are you referring to the Board of Ed question that he asked?
Well, he's saying the Board of Ed is not based on usage because.
Everybody pays.
Because if I send kids if I don't send kids, I still pay.
Right.
So that's a progressive system because it's based on, your ability to pay, and whether you're using it or not, you have to pay.
Mhm.
It's, these are all valid points. These are decisions to be made. They're policy decisions on that.
And the second question was what percentage of homes are valued at 300,000?
Yeah, our average, if you just do a pure average, is like 335. But the vast majority of our residential properties are 2, 3, and 4. And if you look at the pricing on them, that's their averages in terms of their assessed value, not their market value, but in terms of their assessed value, is much lower than the average. So I can do a calculation of it. I was going to try to get to it today. I just didn't have time because I was interested in that question myself. Because I think when you look at the 2, 3, and 4s, the average might be under 300,000. But
Okay, we'll like to
About
see
two.
if we could get clarity on that, just for informational purposes alone. And then the third question was the 5.4 million in sewer maintenance. What percentage is debt service?
okay, so this is a calculation based on amortization about what it would cost to replace the system. So it is based on a 50-year amortization schedule at a historic interest rate, not a high or a low interest rate. So if you took it and poured it against our debt service right now, it probably would be about half. And since it's long-term debt, that's probably not far off because if you think about it, most everything, our major debt that we spend is on roadways and road improvements and things of that, and that all plays in. By the way, when do we maintain our sewers? When we're opening up the streets for roadway improvements. So it's probably not far off of that. Again, I don't think I can go back and tie it, issue by issue and dollar per dollar back to that. But I think it's a reasonable place to be.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. Any additional questions from the
Yes,
public?
Council President. Mark R., welcome to the meeting. I'm sorry for our technical issues earlier this evening. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Sure. Mark Rosenberg, 6 Fernwood Circle.
I'm sorry, what street address, please?
Fernwood Circle.
Fernwood?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I combed through the budget, every page, looking for a number of items, a considerable amount of fat in these budgets. Residents have gone through, highlighted a few items that I've also highlighted, but I wanted to just cut to the chase. On page 117, under street lighting, there's a total of $650,000 allocated, same whole value allocated year over year. Just trying to understand what's the basis for those costs. Are these repairs, replacements, and what would the unit cost per street light be for replacement to justify $600,000 bill per year? My second item is relating to hydrants, page 118, total cost $800,000. This represents a 33% increase over the previous year. So I'd also like to get an explanation on those costs. Over the last 2 years, American Water has billed the residents through their utility bill for the cost to replace and repair water mains and also hydrants in the area. So I would ask, what's the cost or unit cost that we have to replace a single hydrant? Is the failure rate of hydrants such that it warrants an $800,000 yearly bill? Third item, the library, page 125 of the budget. Currently, there's a line item for $237,169, which represents a 253% increase over the previous year. I'd like to understand what are those costs, what's involved in that, and how are those costs outside of the current capital budget for the library project at Rooney Circle. And lastly, Rock Spring, I know it's been said many times, the administration, and I've been involved with this project since it was purchased in 2018. Every year, the administration has offered recommendations, but nothing has been decided. Time is to act, make the entire property Green Acres, recoup our $6 million, reduce our debt service, and reduce the burden to the residents. So in closing, I would ask that until a budget agreement is made, that the administration ask all of the department heads to take a cut in salary, a cut in their costs per budget, so that the burden of making the budget whole is not held to the residents to fulfill. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the public?
Todd DeBovi, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hi, it's Todd DeBovi, 10 Burnett Terrace. I just have a couple.
One second, Mr. DeVoe, we have a fire truck. One moment, please.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, go ahead. I apologize for the interruption.
Oh, that's all right, no problem. I just have a few quick questions. First one is Mr. Gross had said earlier that the joint meeting expenses are accruing but not being paid presently. Why is that? Why aren't we paying? And how long haven't we been paying those expenses? So that's question number one. Question number two, I think Mr. Gross had said earlier too that nonprofits don't pay sewer bills. But I have evidence that Golda Ach, Seton Hall Prep, Daughters of Israel all do pay sewer charges. So which is it? And then last question, Mr. Gross had mentioned during a previous discussion about sewer bills that if the sewer bill that was begrudgingly passed last time didn't get passed, you would have had to have floated a $1 million bond, which was probably the trigger for getting it passed. My question is, why would the bond have been necessary? I'd love to know the answer to that question. So those are my questions. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeVoe. Mr. Fagan.
Phil Litwinoff, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. My name is Phil Litwinoff. I live on Linden Avenue. Regarding this budget proposal, I want to get a couple of things clarified, and I think Mr. Gross needs to respond to them. He mentioned earlier when he was talking about the sewer charges that there is a life to the sewer and we need to be able to fund against the eventual replacement of the sewer lines, if I heard that right. So what I'd like to know is how much of the sewer charge that it was calculated is going into a quote sinking fund or a reserve within accounting regulations in order to provide for this eventual payment, as opposed to how much is being just funded for current year expenditures. Second question is regarding the comment that got made about the tax for the library. It's my understanding that once the library tax was assigned to the townships, this was a tax that was levied by the state, by Trenton. And we were basically a collector for those amounts, which was then turned back by Trenton to fund the library. If the town, any township decided that they were going to spend in excess of that amount, that would have become their portion of an additional tax to the residents, which I understand under the previous mayor, he never wanted to do that. So it was only a pass-through of money collected by Trenton and then passed out at the state. Mr. Gross, will you please respond to that and tell me if I'm right or not? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the Zoom audience wishing to address town council, please raise your hand at this moment. Council President, seeing none.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. So, Mr. Gross, if I could get you to answer some of the questions
Sure.
From the comments in reverse. So, Mr. Litwinoff, if you'll go through the library explanation he requested.
Okay, 90% of what Mr. Lewis said was accurate. The point that I think he is not accurate on or missed, it's not the state, the town. We collect the taxes from our taxpayers and we have to dedicate those funds. And so it's a separate tax line and we collect it and it goes through our budget. So we have to, so I'm not sure what the objection is because it is a pass through except for the additional amounts that the council approves for them above and beyond. So I'm not sure, again, the only thing I heard that he said was that I took issue with is it's not the state, it's the town, and it goes through our budget, not the state's.
Excuse me, Council President, I just want to add that the line item that they saw in there, when is the revised budget going up? Because there was money deducted from that 237 that I think was reduced to what, 50,000?
Yes.
Can't remember the
So,
number.
Mr. Rosenberg, I was gonna ask him
Yeah.
what budget was exactly is he referring to? Because the corrected budget or the updated budget
Has
should, right. So the updated budget was posted to the municipal website last Friday.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So if you are looking at a budget that was posted prior to Friday of last week, then it is an original budget that does not reflect any of the reductions that were mentioned in the presentation that were requested by the council.
I think that might refer to one of his other line
Yeah,
items.
that was
in
down to,
question.
that went from 237 down to
Yeah.
50, right? So for Mr. Mark, just for clarity's purpose and to answer one of your questions, I think the amount that you're looking at, or perhaps even the budget that you were looking at is the original budget that does not reflect the reductions. So what I would ask and to just let us know, certainly you can email council@westorange.org and let us know that you do have the corrected, updated budget. And if not, we'll make sure that you get a copy.
However, the fire hydrants,
Yes, the fire hydrant, we talked about this before. BPU approved an increase for the use. You pay for a fire hydrant. It's not based on how much water you use or anything. It's the cost to have it there and be ready. So it is controlled by BPU. BPU decides how much they can charge per fire hydrant for the maintenance and operation of it. And we get charged accordingly. It went up. We don't necessarily, obviously we're not happy about that as well. In reference to the street lighting, think it through. Street lighting doesn't change very much, doesn't change very often, it goes up slowly. In terms of development, or additional properties perhaps. And new lighting gets more efficient. So over time, maybe lighting could go down over time, but the reality is it stays pretty constant because you have pretty much the same number of fixtures, and it's also a BPU fee that is charged and determined by the BPU, and that doesn't change. I can't in my career, I don't think the BPU charges for that have changed.
And just for the public's edification, BPU is the Board of Public Utilities.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And just going back to fire hydrants, I think there was another question, that does New Jersey American Water, do they help compensate or grants?
That's
or-
who we pay. And they apply to the Board of Public Utilities to provide that service for us. And they get determined how much we pay. They don't determine, the BPU determines how much we pay.
So the question actually was
Yeah.
from the resident was that there's an assumption that we're paying as a homeowner for hydrant improvements in addition to a line item in the municipal budget where the municipality is paying as well. So I think the question more was, is there clarity in who's actually responsible for the hydrant maintenance or the costs?
Well, we don't pay for the maintenance of it. That's all paid for by New Jersey American.
Right, but in the
If
budget, there's
there
an
are
800,000.
developments, there may, I'd have to look and see, if there's an additional charge that the BPU has allowed for instance, if you gotta run a new line, there's probably a charge for that to someone. It's usually if it's a development, it's gonna be the developer.
So on page 118, there's an $800,000
Yeah.
line item. That's a 33% increase in hydrants. So if we can go to the budget
Clarify
book at page 118, why do we have that $800,000 line item there?
Because that's what we pay for rental of the fire hydrants.
Okay,
That's what that is. That's this whole discussion is about that line.
so we pay rental and then homeowners also
I
pay.
don't know that homeowners pay anything.
Okay, so that's what I was
Now,
asking. Yes.
If there's a so I'm just projecting what might be talking about.
Mhm.
If there is a development and there's a as part of a development, there's a charge to run a line, that might get attributed to a property owner or property owners by the developer, not by us.
So if we can just find out, I guess for clarity, just to make sure this homeowners, they are asserting that for the past 2 years, American Water has been charging residents. I don't know that to be true. But if we could find out and then certainly just make sure.
Yeah, if we could ask that, hope maybe that person is listening. We know their name. We can try to look it up, but certainly if they could send us an email with the details, we'll look into it.
I think
Okay.
he did send us.
Yeah,
an
he
email.
did. We have it. It's sent to the council, so we'll be
That
able
is
to
correct.
address that. And then another question, I guess, and again, with the hydrants, just wanted to know what is the replacement cost of a single hydrant? You indicated that there's a rental fee, not a replacement cost. Okay. And then there was also, the question about the library. We've already answered. That line item was reduced.
There's another place, by the way, somebody might have to pay.
Okay.
If there's a car accident, a car runs over a fire hydrant, pretty sure that there's going to be a charge from New Jersey American to replace that hydrant, not to us, but to whoever insurance is involved in that.
Okay, thank you. And then the final question, again, from Mr. Mark, was about the Green Acres funding for Rock Spring. I think Councilwoman made a recommendation that we discuss amongst ourselves some ideas and options and then present that back to the administration for them to act on. I think that's a wonderful recommendation and my colleagues will discuss that at a later time. And then, of course, there was a recommendation to hold department heads responsible for the budget requests. And certainly, you have worked with all of our department heads to reduce the budgets where you saw that could be done. And certainly in our 4 hearings that we had as a council, we also did the same process, which in my opinion was somewhat awkward because we don't know the day-to-day routine operations of those accounts. We just had to make these adjustments based on where we thought they would make sense. So based on previous history. And then there was another question from Mr. DeVolve about the joint meeting expenses. Sewer charges from Gold to Ox, Seton Hall Prep, you were responding to that. And then the $1 million to cover the fees to bond.
So I thought what I had said was that those not-for-profits do pay for the sewer fees, they don't pay taxes, and that's where the fairness issue comes into to the taxpayer. And the issue of the $1 million was, at that point in time, there was a question about whether the council wanted to move forward with setting the fee, the sewer fee at that time. And so the impact of that would have been, from a cash flow perspective, we would have had to borrow money to cover, because if the fee didn't get set, we couldn't bill the residents, we couldn't collect the money. So we would be right now short of cash.
Thank you.
So we were talking about if we had to borrow money in order to offset that, and it wouldn't have been just $1 million. It would have cost us $1 million, we think, for what we would have needed totally.
And then you had a slide specifically on the sewer expenses, what we paid to the joint meeting, what we paid to maintenance. So I thought that question and that slide certainly answered the question that he asked. And if not, Mr. DeVolve, I apologize personally and invite you to write us directly.
He was asking if it was accruing. You may mention that the expenses were accruing but not getting paid. He wants to make sure. What did you mean by
That's
that
because
statement?
the joint meeting is when we in the decision making to the benefit of the town, they're capitalizing the cost right now. So we don't have to pay the cost because they're rolling it back into the cost of financing. So when they go to permanent financing, so we'll get permanent financing on that amount.
So those fees just set aside, so you have to.
They'll come back to us, but I mean,
No, but I mean with the money that you're collecting, so you're just putting those.
no, there's no room for us to set funds aside to pay future expenses while we're paying.
We can't pay for the expenses we have now.
Taxes.
No, the way you said it, that's why I just want to make sure.
No, but it's the process of capitalizing preliminary costs is something that happens quite often.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I think we've addressed most of the questions from the public.
I have a
I have a question. So
Okay.
I've had someone reach out to me from a condo townhome association. And they claim that they maintain and pay their own sewer fees. So do
Yes.
people who live in private communities get reimbursed? Do they have to pay the sewer fee if their own communities are paying for it, their own
No,
association?
no one maintains their own sewer system.
Okay, I just why I'm asking because that's what
I
was
mean,
told to me.
You have to define what the sewer system is. There are private communities that maintain their own lines on their own property. But then that dumps into our system, and then what our system does is what they call conveyance, and that moves the sewage to the joint meeting and then the treatment at the joint meeting. So there's nobody, there's no entity that's licensed to treat their own sewage.
Also, I've had several complaints from constituents and residents about certain directors getting salary increases. But my understanding is there are no promotions or raises or salary increases this year. And if you could just reassure the general public and let them know.
We voted on it.
Well,
Yeah, that we voted. Yeah, well, aside from the steps and contractual stuff to
steps and
unions, that's
there was
different.
there are
Like promotional raises. is what I'm
no promotions. No.
No, you deny them.
Okay, I want to confirm for the general public, because I've had a lot of complaints recently about that. So that was my understanding. So as people are comparing salaries from this year and last year. So I want to make sure everyone's on the same page and the general public knows that there are
Step increases.
step increase. Okay,
Well, there was a 3% overall increase. There was the contractual increases. And that was across the board, plus any steps that anybody, but nothing above and beyond that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And will we have an opportunity to get an updated line by line budget item to review?
We
before
will,
this-
if
Before we approve anything, just to see it all on paper, all of our changes that we made and,
yes.
okay. The reason I ask is because it's not updated online, and I think that's what the general public
Well,
sees.
what's online is update until the vote tonight.
Yeah,
Well,
but it's inaccurate
doesn't-
because I'll give
It
you.
does not include tonight's vote because,
The reason why I ask is because I was going through it and I noticed there are certain things that we removed that have not been reflected on the budget online. So for an example, I don't have the page number in front of me, but again, we talked about the Dover Shared Services Agreement and we removed half of the amended proposed budget. And it still shows that it's the full amount that's in the budget online.
well, I might go look at that because
So
no, that is, I saw that too. And then to Mr. Rosenberg's point earlier, so we did adjust downward the line 210 library special request,
Mhm.
but it is not reflected online. And then Mr. Gross, you took out.
it is reflected. I'm looking at it right now. It is
I'm
reflected.
looking at it
online.
too.
Make sure you got the right, you opened the right one up.
all of them are online.
Remember, the council's line is all the way to the right.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry, you're right. No, you're right on that. But on this hydrants for condos, didn't you pull that out? Didn't I just see that one on here? I gotta go back and find it. I think you pulled out the 50,000 for the hydrants for condos. I got it. I don't know what page it is. But I thought it was on.
I did, but then there was 50 on another, so it ended up washing, I think.
I didn't see that come out.
I agree. We need to have a updated.
Well, first off, I think it is updated.
No, 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 no,
To
no.
the extent that you think something's wrong, please send it to me and we'll confirm it right or wrong. There might be misunderstanding, there may be whatever.
Yeah, they were like
But-
two or
but
three that I wasn't.
I think it is updated.
Unless
So,
I'm looking at the wrong one. Is it the 2023 council approved budget for introduction? That's what I'm looking at.
Yep.
Under 2023 municipal budget. Yeah, that doesn't reflect what we voted on.
well, again.
So we'll send him the
I-
adjustments in writing so that we can make
Yes.
sure. So to my colleague's point, is there anything that we need to approve tonight at this meeting?
Well, the amendment requires its own hearing,
Okay,
so the big thing you need tonight is to set the next meeting date.
okay. So that's what I would like to make sure that we receive the updates that are in the amendment if possible, as well as any additional adjustments that we can identify. And so I'm going to put some of the onus on my colleagues and ask that if there's anything you see that has not been adjusted, that we email Mr. Gross by Friday, so that he will then in turn have an opportunity to make those changes and get to us the 5.7% budget for our proposal. I think it's really important, and we're not being objective or objecting to your statement, Mr. Gross, that the updated budget is reflected on the municipal website. What we're suggesting is that there are still some errors that have not been adjusted properly. And what we would be comfortable with is seeing an actual with everything corrected.
Okay, so before we claim that they're errors,
Delivered
let's
home.
claim what the issues are and let's work them through and so we can look at it and it's something an error. I've admitted before, we make mistakes. But I want to make sure that whatever the issues are, that we research them. It may have been changed in a different way than the way you're looking at it because of a difference in understanding. So I just want to make sure that we look at that.
And can I have a commitment and agreement between my colleagues that we can get those changes to him by Friday? Is everyone in agreement with
I will
that?
tell you this, the bottom line of this budget is consistent with what was introduced. And so it is where we are is this budget. If there's some variations in the lines, it's something's down and something else is up, then that may be the case. So we'll.
Thank you. All right.
I have a
meeting
meeting
on
on the fifteenth.
Okay, hold on. Hold on one
I
second.
had one other question. I
Yes,
guess, before
Councilwoman.
The carrying costs on the Main Street properties.
Okay.
What are the carrying costs on those, on the Main Street properties?
The
that we
debt
own?
service?
The debt service.
All in, about $55 for an average for a $300,000 taxpayer a year, $55 a year.
But can you give us a total,
I'm sorry.
the total amount?
Can you?
What does,
The total, what's the total amount?
I'll calculate it out. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Councilwoman, just so that doesn't slip through the cracks, please put an email in requesting that information. Exactly. Thank you. All
I
right. So are
appreciate
there any, I'm sorry?
There's a lot going on.
Yes,
So
let's
that's-
let. No, we all understand that. It's not a criticism. We're trying to help each other, make sure we get the information that we believe that we need. And we're also trying to make sure we hold you accountable in a nice way. All right, so we need to look at setting the date for our next meeting. This will also be our August council meeting. So all the items that we were not able to address today will be on that. I've already heard that the 15th is not a date that it's available.
It's a travel date. I get back from overseas, so.
Okay, not a problem. And you'll need, well, let's see if there's any possibility. If the 15th is a Tuesday, is it possible to do the 17th a Thursday?
No, because I'm abroad overseas with limited access to email so I won't have.
So when are you actually traveling? I'm sorry.
I'm leaving this Friday and I come back the 15th. So I'm gone for 11 days.
Right, so I said the 17th.
Yes, I know, but I still have to review agenda materials. I'd rather more than just one day to get back to life and adjust. You can look at the 22nd. That would be great the following week.
What is administration? Are you here that week?
I get August 22nd. Tuesday.
I'll be here.
Only have one day.
Are you here on the 22nd?
I'm here on the 22nd.
Councilwoman?
Anytime. it's that long.
Councilwoman, are you here on the 22nd? That's a Tuesday? Okay, so we're gonna set the next meeting date for August the 22nd. Conference agenda will be.
Is that?
By the way, I did check that reduction, that change in that you were talking about on the Dover thing, that is in here.
Okay, I didn't see it in there, but that's fine. I believe you.
No, I'm not just, it is, so. So I said, I just want to go through and if you send it to me, so if you do the 22nd, then between now, any
We'll get
edits
you,
you want by next Tuesday?
nope, we've already committed to Friday.
that?
We've already committed to getting any edits to you by Friday of this
Oh, by
week.
Friday, oh.
Yes.
sorry, I apologize. I was
Absolutely.
Busy looking for that.
No problem, no problem.
Does the 22nd pose any challenge for us with regard to the state?
No different.
Okay, no different than the challenges we already have.
I mean, if this budget gets adopted in August, we're fine. That's not gonna be an issue.
Okay.
You know, at this point, you know, the real key is less the state, and frankly, it's more the county. It's about setting a tax rate. So we want to make sure that we get everything to the county quickly.
All right, I'd like to move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, thank you. We, next on our agenda is Resolution 266-23, authorizing the retention of Angelo Genova Burns LLC, 494 Broad Street, Newark, New Jersey, 07102, as special counsel to the Township Council for an amount not to exceed 15,000 is noted here, but I'd
Yeah, I
like
believe it's
to.
17,499.
Yes, the,
17,499.
yes, so
Correct.
we'll note that correction for the record.
Okay.
Is there a motion for the acceptance of the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
No,
Well,
is there a discussion?
Yeah, I have discussion. So I'm glad there's a not to exceed. And I talked to Mr. Kaiser earlier. It could be in the actual contract, but the resolution, you're good with, Mr. Kaiser?
It's in the.
Did we
reference-
update the contract since this morning
The
or?
contract's not updated as far as I know. It's the same as it was before. What they did was they put the 17,499 in it was actually 17,500 at the beginning, and I made a call to Angela's office and explained that might trigger the pay-to-pay law, and he may want to change that by $1 to avoid that problem. So he did. It's referenced in the transmittal letter rather than the agreement itself.
And that's not a problem.
I don't see it as a problem.
I will only issue a PO for the 17,499, right?
Okay.
And what happens if it were to exceed that, then it comes back to
Come back to the council.
council, okay? And this 17,499 also goes for the mayor's
Yeah.
legal counsel as well?
Mayor's legal counsel is agreeing to the identical term.
Okay, great.
Excellent.
So, I think, the council is great reputation. I'm glad you're all comfortable with council. I'm still disappointed that we're here. I feel like we shouldn't be in this process. I'm not going to get in for a tit for tat with you this evening. Not going to place, point fingers. I just don't think we should be here, and therefore I'm not going to be supporting this resolution this evening. There's no reflection on this firm. I think they're an excellent firm and good choice, but I have to go with my gut, and I really was hoping this all could have been resolved and not cost the taxpayers a nickel. And I don't think it's too late for that to happen, but I am an optimist, so I just got to vote in my heart.
Any other comments?
Oh.
The motion has already been
Yeah.
moved and properly seconded. Any other additional comments?
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Abstaining. So the motion carries
Yes.
3-2.
3-1-1.
Yeah,
No, the
311.
motion carries 3-2. An abstention is the same thing as a no vote. And so that is a 3-2 passage of the motion. Okay, thank you.
It'll be documented as 311 in the minutes.
Thank you, clerk.
Now we can adjourn the meeting if there are no additional
moved.
comments into our ABC hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in
Thank you.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, meeting is adjourned. Now we enter into our ABC.
Good night, West Orange.
Good night, West Orange. Our next meeting will be on August the 22nd,
Yes.
6:30 PM.
Hi, Mr. Rashka.
Good night.
Right.
Try.
Great, great job.
Ms. Santana. Gentlemen, oh, you guys are sticking around. No, you're not. Good night, Mr. Fagan.
Good night, everyone.
You have to stay. Sorry. Yes, until we leave.